All right, welcome in everybody. So, we're going to be doing Dragon Age refreshers because the new Dragon Age game, we've got official updates, couple three things, and I'll probably repeat these as people coming in. First thing is they changed the name. It's no longer Dragon Age Dreadwolf. It is now Dragon Age the Veilguard. So there's that. We are going to get official information on the 11th, and we're going to get 15 minutes of gameplay when we get the official news. The other thing that we're getting, that we currently have actually, is if you are on Xbox and you have the app, it's now available to install on the app. So those are the three updates. So as a result, we're going to be going through the trilogy and doing lore refreshers, getting everyone caught back up and refreshed on who's who and how everything works in this universe. So we're going to be starting out in a new game. And because we're not playing this for the challenge, we are specifically playing this for the refreshers. We're going to be doing these on the easiest settings so that we can focus on the story. Oh wait, Origins has new material? No, the Dragon Age 4 game, Dragon Age Dreadwolf, is no longer called Dragon Age Dreadwolf. It is now called Dragon Age the Veilguard. And the company that makes it said that they will be making an announcement about it on the 11th with 15 minutes of gameplay also. And then if you have an Xbox and you have the Xbox Companion app on your phone, there's now a here. See if I can pull it up here and show you guys. Let's see here. So got the app open. Dragon Age Games Veilguard. Alright, so you can see, kind of, that there's a big green button there in the middle, and that says download to console. So it is available for download on the Xbox app now. So you would do this, it downloads it to the Xbox, and then you still have to pre-order it whenever that becomes available, which currently it's still not available for pre-order, but the fact that it's available in the app means it's coming up soon. So those are the new updates, and the name change to the game was made today. So as a result, like I said, moving forward, we're going to go ahead and start the refreshers because we're going to go through the entire trilogy. All right, so let's get to it. If I need to adjust sounds, let me know.
The chantry teaches us that it is the hubris of men which brought the Darkspawn into our world. The mages had sought to usurp heaven, but instead, they destroyed it. They were cast out, twisted and cursed by their own corruption. They returned as monsters, the first of the Darkspawn. They became a blight upon the lands, unstoppable and relentless. The Dwarven kingdoms were the first to fall, and from the deep roads, the Darkspawn drove at us again and again, until finally we neared annihilation. Wardens came. Men and women from every race, warriors and mages, barbarians and kings. The Grey Wardens sacrificed everything to stem the tide of darkness and prevail. It has been 4 centuries since that victory, and we have kept our vigil. We have watched and waited for the Darkspawn to return. But those who once called us heroes have forgotten. We are few now, and our warnings have been ignored for too long. I have seen with my own eyes what lies on the horizon. Maker, help us all.
Hey, Stephen Ledger. Things are going pretty good. We got major updates on the Dragon Age 4 game today, so I figured it's time to start the refreshers. So that's what we're doing. We're going to be doing the easiest setting because we're going to focus on the story. However, I do have a treat for everybody. Most people know about various different endings for some key characters, and there is accepted canon endings. But not a lot of people know that there's certain things that you can do. For example, there's a character named Alistair. We all know that we can make him king. But he actually can come back and be a companion / playable character to a degree. No, not a playable character, but a companion at minimum. For a short period of time in Inquisition. If you make certain decisions. So we're going to be doing certain decisions that might not be the canon endings. But I think it makes it a little bit more interesting because it's not the standard experience that everyone everyone's used to, or is the normal decisions that people make on their first playthrough and sometimes only playthroughs, you know. So we are going to be making some unique choices. I don't want to play a mage. An archer is the safest. Warriors are pretty fun. Let's go with elf archers. And we will do the... I think we're going to go with the Dalish elf one. Let's see, what are we going to do? This one should be... Fear. Dalish other shit. Oh yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. We're going to do fear, terror, and scare, I think. So this one will be fear.
Greetings.
We're not going to do too many actual hard adjustments. Like basic things like make sure we got the purple rocking. We got to change... No, that'll be fine. Where is the tattoos? There you are. Tattoo color. I wish there was a more prominent purple. I think that's supposed to be their purple. Alright, let's see here. Mine was named Benrir Roy. Very cool. Oh, the other thing I am going to do, everyone, is I am going to, like, when we complete the game, and we go to the second game, and we go to the third game, right? We're going to actually do the Dragon Age Keep. And we're going to make the decisions to be the same. I'm going to go through and make the decisions to be the same decisions we've made so far throughout the gameplay. Now, that being said, there is one cool thing that can be done in the Dragon Age Origin games that is not a decision that the Dragon Age Keep will allow people to carry over. And it's not one we're going to do. So I'll tell you about it. So there is a way in Origins where you can keep Alistair and Loghain both alive. But in order to do it, you got to do like these little side quests for Alistair. And you got to make specific dialogue choices. And once you've done all of those things, at the end, there is a way to keep them both. However, for whatever reason, the Dragon Age Keep will not allow that decision to take place. Which is kind of disappointing, but it is the only decision, as far as I have found, that's not allowed in Dragon Age Keep, even though you can do it in the game. Let's see here. Let's go with that. And then we're gonna go voice.
Greetings. Well, that didn't work. My weapon isn't working.
How do you do?
Oops! Where is my head? Not even a scratch? Coming through. Greetings. I cannot cast it!
Charmed, I'm sure.
It didn't work. I need something new.
Yeah, suave. Okay. Alright, so we go with some dexterity, some cunning, and we'll go one there. We'll go with the cunning, we'll go with the lockpicks, and we're gonna do archery. Let's go with rapid shot for now. And then we'll do the easiest settings because again we're going to focus on the story.
The Dalish elves, noble wanderers who refused to join the society of humans that subjugated their homeland so long ago. The Dalish travel the land in tightly knit clans, struggling to maintain their half-forgotten lore in a human world that fears and despises them. You spend your time hunting with your clanmate Tamlin in the forests, and as is sometimes the case, your quarry is not always the local wildlife.
It's a Dalish!
And you three are somewhere you shouldn't be.
Let us pass, Elf. You have no right to stop us.
No? We will see about that, won't we? You're just in time. I found these humans lurking in the bushes. Bandits, no doubt.
We aren't bandits, I swear. Please don't hurt us.
You Shemlin are pathetic. It's hard to believe you ever drove us from our homeland.
We've never done nothing to you, Dalish.
We didn't even know this forest was yours.
This forest isn't ours, fool. You've stumbled too close to our camp. You Shems are like vermin. We can't trust you not to make mischief. What do you say, Lethaline? What should we do with them?
Well, here's my question. What are they doing out in the woods? Because look at them. They don't have any weapons. They don't have any camping gear. Right? No armor. So you weren't out here hunting. You're not bandits. You're not soldiers. People wouldn't want... Regular civilians wouldn't wander out into the woods without, like, some sort of supplies at minimum, or at least a knife or a dagger or something. And they've got nothing. The only thing that I can think of is, like, maybe really shitty spies. Like, they're trying to find out where the Dalish are, but they figure if they go with absolutely nothing, they won't be robbed, and maybe they'll let them go. It's the only thing logically that makes sense to me. Because everything else that would have business in the woods would be prepared. So... Hey, Red Aggro, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, so, yeah, we're gonna kill them all, because there's nothing else they could be, logically. They gotta be spies.
I like the sound of that. Anything to say in your defense, Shems?
Look, we didn't come here to be trouble. We just found a cave.
Yes, a cave. With ruins like I've never seen. We thought there might be,
Treasure? So you're more akin to thieves than actual bandits.
Wow. Murder is always a valid answer, lol. That's fair, that's fair. So, if their story's true, right? So if they're coming here now for treasure, why didn't you bring weapons? Are you just really that shitty of thieves? I mean, life's got consequences, I'm just saying. Let's make them take us to it.
but I have proof. Here, we found this just inside the entrance.
This stone has carvings. Is this Elvish? Written Elvish?
There's more in the ruins. We didn't get very far in, though. There was a demon. It was huge with black eyes. Thank the Maker we were able to outrun it.
A demon. Where is this cave?
Just off the west, I think. There's a cave in the rock face and a huge hole just inside.
Well, do you trust them? Shall we let them go?
So, first of all, humans, you're not outrunning a demon. So, if the demon is in there, the demon lets you go on purpose to drag other and lure other people there. The fact that you found a treasure means you're going to tell more people about this if everything's true, right? So, that, no matter what, ends with more people coming in and more people causing problems. So let's fix that.
Yes. One could expect no less from a Shem. This will not take long.
Woo!
Well, shall we see if there's any truth to this story? These carvings make me curious. And if we find anything, the Keeper will want to know.
Yeah, because, like, there was no way that ends well. Let's change out. There we go. What do we need for this one? 34 dexterity. Raj. We will absolutely take care of that.
Arena.
Alright, so because this is an older game that's not supported anymore, we are gonna save frequently. Just in case it crashes. Alright. Now the other thing is I'm gonna try to do as much Elvish content as we can too, because the fact that the elven god Dreadwolf, or Fenhiral, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, is going to be a main focal point in the next game. So we're going to make sure that we brush up on as much elven lore and information as we can possibly find. For anyone that does play this, that wants to replay this themselves, there's a little trick you should know about the bodies of the enemies you kill. See how there's red blood underneath it? That's when you know it's loaded in all the way, because when you start getting further into the game or you start killing larger amounts together, what ends up happening is the loot for the enemy takes longer to load in. So sometimes you just gotta stand around next to the body and make sure either bones or blood appear.
All over now.
All right. And we will be doing a few of the DLCs for the first game. We will be doing all the DLCs for 2 and 3. For the first game, the DLCs that I think are relevant is the Witch Hunt and Warden's Keep, which is the post-game one. The Awakening, I think is what it was called. And then the one where...
This
Hold
must
on.
be the cave. I don't recall seeing this before, do you?
and then we're also going to be doing the one with, I can't remember, I think it's like Golems of Arkranok or something like that. It's the dwarf one. We're going to be doing those 3.
My thoughts exactly. With luck, we'll find something that will make us clan heroes.
And I do have a rule for Dragon Age 2. I don't know how many people know this. Hold on. This dude's talking.
More human than elven.
Okay, so there's a rock band, an older rock band called Twisted Sister. And the lead singer of Twisted Sister is a man named Dee Snider. There's a default design of Hawk in the second game for the male Hawk that looks exactly like Dee Snider, and you just have to make a couple minor alterations to it. So that's my rule when I play Dragon Age 2 is we got to go with the Dee Snider look. All right, let's check this out. And whenever we reach like key lore points or relevant points in the game, I will be like taking a pause, discussing it, refreshing everybody.
Delighted. All right. Go on down. Complete.
We're gonna go this way, wrap it around.
I would watch out were I you.
Ah!
All right. Delighted. As you desire. Of course. All right. Delighted.
All right. Was Dee Snider character choice or coincidence or something that creators admit to? I don't know. Honestly, I've never looked into it. I just know it's one of the the preset character faces you can have for the male version of Hawk. And
This
ever
place makes me nervous.
I didn't mean to click on you. I'm sorry, bud. All right. Here we go. But I know it's been a preset default since the game was released. And me being the rock fan that I am, I was like, yeah, no, you cannot have this golden opportunity to pay tribute to one of the most brilliant, because the dude's legitimately like a genius. Mensa or something like that. He was actually the one who spoke before Senate and Congress during the explicit label that they wanted to put on CDs and all that back then. He was actually one of the dudes that went and spoke before Congress and Senate and made solid points, and he was surprisingly, like, it shocked everybody on how articulate this man was. So you got to pay tribute when you can to one of the most brilliant minds in rock, in my opinion, of course.
See there? That's a trap.
Woo! So here's the thing with the rogues and why, yes, the archer, you get to stay out of harm's way for the most part, which is nice.
I would watch
But
out where I use.
the rogue class is the only one that can pick locks and disarm traps throughout the series. So you'll run into various points in the game,
All right, of course.
in all three games actually, where it'll just be your character and you won't have your party with you, so you can't just use your default rogue from your party to unlock doors or chests or anything like that, and your character will have to end up doing it or just missing out on what's there. So that's another recommendation I have, is like, if you're going to play any of the Dragon Age games, consider playing as a rogue simply so you can access everything and everywhere. Make sure there's nothing in this corner. All right. Oh, spiders. I'm waiting.
Delighted.
Was that armor? It was a shield. Okay. We don't need that.
I have done it.
And yeah, we're going to come out the other direction because it'll be closer to where the enemies are. At least the main enemy that I want to take down first. And if anybody has any Dragon Age questions at any point, regardless if it's the Dragon Age game we're currently playing or another one, let me know. And I will be more than happy to do my best to answer it.
You recognize this statue, don't you?
And if there's any specific choices or playthrough styles you want to see, also let me know. And I will definitely do the ones that we can do. And because there's a few things that I'm not going to change. Like, I'm not going to change from the class of Rogue. I'm making specific choices for Alistair. But that's about it so far. Alright. It's worn, but it looks vaguely familiar.
Back when our people lived in Arlathan, statues like these honored the creators. When the Shems enslaved us, much of that lore was lost. This looks like human architecture, with the statue of our people. Can these ruins date back to the time of Arlathan?
Oh, and another thing we are doing is in Inquisition, we are going to make sure that Dorian and Bull, we get to see their whole romance storyline. Because it's, in my personal opinion, one of the greatest story arcs ever written for a video game, period.
I'd never have guessed ancient elves might have lived here. With humans.
Alright. Woo!
All right.
Hey, bud.
As you desire. And so I shall. All right. Delighted. As you desire. So I shall. As you desire. All right.
Were those walking corpses?
Alright, so before we go in here, we're going to do a little cheap trick here. Take all of Tamlin's stuff. Alright.
Ah, another battle speeds our way.
What's this?
So I shall. Delighted. As you desire.
You aren't going to leave without taking a closer look at the mirror, are you?
No, I was trying to loot the bearkin.
I want to look at it now. It's the only thing we've seen in here that isn't broken. I wonder
Well,
what
don't do it, bud.
is for. Maybe this isn't. Hey, did you see that? I think something moved inside the mirror.
Get away from it then.
Hold
Come on,
I
man.
just want to know what it is. Don't you see it?
No, don't do
There it is
that.
again. Can you feel that? I think it knows we're here.
No, don't do that.
Take a closer look.
Dumbass.
It's showing places. I can see some kind of city. Underground. And there's a great blackness. It saw me. Help! I can't look away!
Dumbass. Told you. Don't touch it. When weird, creepy shit that's ancient has things inside of it moving, leave it alone. Good rule of thumb to follow.
Can you hear me? I am very sorry.
You're awake. You've the god's own luck, Lethaline. You're back at camp. Everyone is worried sick about you. How do you feel?
Where is Tamlin, bud?
We don't know. The Shem who brought you here saw no sign of him.
I don't remember. So we're gonna go with this one.
He was a Grey Warden and appeared out of nowhere with you slung over his shoulder. You were delirious with fever. He said that he found you outside a cave in the forest, unconscious and alone. He left you here and ran off again. The Keeper's been using the old magic to heal you.
Alright. Let's see. Is anyone looking for Tamlin?
Of course. Most of the hunters are off looking for him right now. But the Keeper wanted to talk to you as soon as you awoke. Stay here. I'll get her.
I see you are awake, Dalan. It is fortunate Duncan found you when he did. I know not what dark power held you, but it nearly bled the life from you. It was difficult even for my magic to keep you alive.
So this entire elf clan is actually super significant, and I'll explain it after this conversation.
Yes, he introduced himself as a Grey Warden. Duncan thought there may have been darkspawn creatures inside the cave. Is that true?
We fought spiders and we fought skeletons.
Walking corpses? Dark magic, but not darkspawn. I know not what the other creatures might have been. What else did you find? What is the last thing you remember?
A mirror?
A mirror. And it caused all this? I have never heard of such a thing in all the lore we have collected. I was hoping for answers when you woke, but there are only more questions. And Tamlin remains missing. He is more important than any lore in these ruins. If he is as sick as you were, his condition is grave. Duncan returned to the cave to search for Darkspawn, but we cannot rely on him to look for Tamlin as well. We must go ourselves, and quickly. Do you feel well enough to show us the way, Dalan? Without you, we will not find it.
Alright, yep, we're up to it.
I am relieved to hear it. I am ordering the clan to pack the camp so we can go north. Take Merrill with you to the cave. Find Tamlin if you can, but do it swiftly.
Did you catch that? Meryl?
Go quickly, for Tamlin's life hangs in the balance.
Alright, so Meryl, for those who don't know, or don't remember, but Meryl is the elf companion you get in the second game.
I have finished.
And this is that same Meryl. So this clan is Meryl's clan from the second game.
Sadly not.
So this does have that level of significance at least. Alright, so we're going to come through. You want to collect all the codex stuff because it gives you 50 XP. So it's a good way to, like, it's that whole little bit adds up over time concept. Alright. The craft. And we gotta level up. So, by the way, to unlock these specializations, another little trick. If you start the Awakening campaign first, which is the post-game DLC, if you start that first, and then as soon as you get through the very first fight where you can move around on your own without combat, save your game, exit, and then start Dragon Age Origins. Because what it'll do is it'll automatically unlock all of these specializations, so you don't have to hunt down the individual quests and do the specific relationship dialogue stuff to get them unlocked. So, that is a fun little trick that's existed since Awakening came out. Alright, so we need 34 in dexterity, but I know we're going to need some more in strength, so we're going to go 1 in strength, and then we're going to put the rest in dexterity, and we're going to keep on that track there. And we got enough for coercion. I always have a hard time saying that word. Coercion. So we're going to keep doing this one for now. Actually, no. Gain access to second tier weapon talent. So we do actually need that because we're going to run into more second tier stuff before. There we go. We're definitely taking the activated. Oh, man. I'm torn because I want that one, but I also need this one. Let's go with the melee archer first because it'll prevent us from being interrupted while we're shooting. So now we've got Tamlin's gear and his weapons. So what we can do now is we can use that to increase our amount of money that we're going to make in the beginning.
I'm glad
Which is why you always strip your companions when you know you're losing them.
Concentrate on the journey northward.
Thank you for the bow, Master Island. It is light and sturdy, much better than the one I made last year.
You are more than welcome. My father made it and used it in battle against the Clane tribes.
I will carry it with honor.
Persuade.
One of my own crafting, perhaps?
Yes.
It may not have a history, but you'll provide one for it soon enough, yes?
No, I'll probably end up selling it, honestly. I might use it temporarily, but I'm probably going to sell it, if I'm being honest.
Of course. Take whatever you need.
Alright, so, very first thing you always check with the vendors is you come over here and you see if there's underneath the diamond, you see if there's a backpack. Because there is a specific number of backpacks, and down on the bottom there, it says 31 out of 70. Each backpack will open up one of those bars. And there is a set amount, and you can miss them. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and sell everything. Yeah, he just gave us another scalp, though. Let's compare it to what we're running. So it's got the rapid aim modifier. So let's actually put that on. For now. Island.
Ah, back again?
Yep.
Of course.
Let's clean up inventory here. Sell. The only arrows that I really care about are the now I'm gonna blank on what it's called. The ice arrows, because it actually freezes them in place. So I don't need lyrium and I don't need elixirs. We're gonna hold on to all of we're gonna get rid of quartz too. Alright, so let's check the armor real quick here. Need the helmet. Alright, all that's the same. What do we got here? 6 willpower, 6 cunning, melee critical chance, stamina recovery 50, chance to avoid missile attacks. So this is definitely something we're going to be given to a warrior, it looks like. Because the only thing we're benefiting from this would be the cunning, avoiding missile attacks, and the stamina. So yeah, we're going to give that to other people.
Ah, back again? Of course. Take whatever you need.
Alright. He's got nothing else that we really need or want. So let's go ahead and get on out of here. And keep exploring and locking stuff.
All done.
While we go get... And then we'll go get Meryl. Meryl will be the final thing we do. Codexes. And then there is a little thing over here where we can get a little bit on the elf lore, and we actually get an item out of it. So the way to do this is we talk to this guy here.
So you have returned to us, Dalen. We are grateful you are whole and well.
So you should be. What were you two thinking, wandering into that cave without first coming to tell the Keeper?
We wanted to see if there was anything to tell. I mean, that's a fair statement. Like, we did want to see. And the mirror, once we saw the mirror, that should have been the stopping point.
Once you saw what was inside, you should have returned. But
Totally
you kept
agree.
exploring, didn't you? I suppose your youth can be forgiven. Sadly, Tamlin pays the price. Losing you would be a terrible crime, Dalen. You belong to more than just yourself, or do you not remember? Would you even know the reason behind your efforts? I wonder. Let us tell these children of the fall of the Dales. You can honor me by sharing in the telling.
Now, again, an important thing that's going to be a major theme, especially when we get into the third game, and we can definitely see that it's going to be a major theme for the fourth game, is going to be this elven history and this elven myths and the elven gods. So, every chance we get to talk about it, we're going to take advantage of it.
Come then. Help me as I go along. Children, hear of the fall of the Dales. Hear the tale of what makes you Dalish. Would you care to begin, Dalen?
So we're going to go with the long ago, we were slaves to humans.
Yes, slaves to a terrible empire. The humans built on the darkest magic. When it fell, we became free. We built a homeland in the Dales, worshipping the creators, and rebuilding the culture and history we lost in our long years of slavery.
But the humans wouldn't let us be.
They were resentful, because we would not worship their gods, and because we put our people first. Over the years, their nations grew cold toward the Dales. In their eyes, we were blasphemers and cruel tyrants.
And then the humans declared war on the Dales.
And so the Dales fell. They took our lands and dispersed our people, forcing us to live in their cities and abandon our gods. But many of us refused to relinquish our ways. We instead chose to scatter to the winds, wandering the lands.
We choose wandering the lands rather than the human rule.
To survive and preserve our culture, the clans stay apart until the day the Elvenon have a homeland once more.
We shall return the old ways to those who have lost them.
We are the Dalish, keepers of the lost lore, walkers of the lonely path.
We are the Elvahan. Never again shall we submit.
Thank you for your forbearance, Dalen. You remember both the tale and the oath of the Dales perfectly. I will let you get back to your tasks. I pray you find Tamlin quickly. Now that's something I rarely hear. Of course.
Alright, so. Shem's allow us. Elves didn't join. Will we ever find a homeland? None of that's going to actually
sure you
be
have much to do.
informative
Unless you
right
have
now
questions.
because they didn't write all the lore that in-depthly up to this point. It was added to later and given more depth later. So a lot of this is going to be like surface level stuff to start with. And in the post-game DLC of Inquisition is where they really delved into it. Alright, so they don't actually have anything
May the
here.
gods guide your path,
Disappointment! Alright, so let's talk about those gods real quick here. English elves, city, culture and history, religion. So they've got a god of vengeance. The names aren't important right now for these characters. The mother of the Hala. The Hala are the white deer-looking creatures that the elves use to pull what they call their land boats, or which are, if you look at these, are land ships. They got wheels. And when they pack them all up, those Hala are the things that drag them from place to place, allowing them to continually be on the move. So there's that goddess. And we've got God of Craft. So as you heard earlier, this dude back here was very big on the lore. I mean, on the crafting and like making sure it was like the perfect bow and all of these things. So the crafting their own items is an essential part of the elven culture as well. So it makes sense that they would have a craft god. Now these are just the gods we have discovered so far. There are more, and we will discuss them when we discover them. Because there's one that we actually need to read in depth. Alright, so this is Meryl. She is... So... Dalish camps are allowed to have 2 magic users per clan. That's it. As a hard limit. And it's... The Keeper is the oldest. And then their apprentice is the next mage that's going to become the next Keeper. And that's what Meryl's role is. Now, if there are other mages within the clan, they end up sending them away to like other clans to explore things of that nature, or whatever tasks the clan needs, because they don't want rivalries within the clan for leadership. But Meryl will be a companion that will come back, and she will look different slightly in the next game, but she is a reoccurring character that will be significant later.
The Keeper told me I'm to accompany you back to those caves. As her apprentice, I may see something you missed. But our main objective is to find Tamlin, of course. We must make haste. He may not have much time.
And she definitely, like, they got a different voice actor, and they gave her a different personality, a dramatically different personality in the next game. So we also have to keep that in mind. Because again, the second and third game made dramatic improvements in every way possible. So this is like their base starting, and then they changed and evolved from here.
Then let us make haste while daylight lasts.
Turn that back on. And we did the melee archer, that's right. Now we've got Darkspawn.
And so I shall.
Now, I will say the combat is extremely lackluster in this game to start with. So there's not going to be a lot of cool combat scenes other than the few cutscenes for specific monsters like dragons and stuff. That would make sense.
I've never seen anything like them. You can smell the evil on them. Where did they come from? Were they here before?
Maybe the mirror had something to do with them?
What would Darkspawn have to do with our people? The stories say our Lathan fell long before the Darkspawn appeared. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Let's hope we don't find any more of these monsters. Before we go, are you all right? Were you hurt during the fight? It's just that you're quite pale. You look a bit feverish, in fact.
I'm fine, let's go.
Well, I'll keep an eye on you. You've only just recovered from your illness. But let's not think of that now. We should move on.
So another thing I'm gonna talk about real quick and very briefly, because it does get explored in the next two games, is the mirror is actually what's called an illuvion. An illuvion it's like a teleportation device. So illuvions connect to each other, and you can travel from one illuvion to another. Some of them are lost, some of them are broken, and some of them have become corrupted. So that's what it is. It's an ancient magic mirror that has special capabilities of that nature. And again, we will go into it later, much later, because they do make it part of quest lines, and they'll give a lot of information then.
I wonder whose camp this is. Do you remember it being here?
No, it wasn't here. It's fresh. Maybe it's the Shemlin family. There we go.
You're probably right. Didn't he say he was headed back to the cave? If so, he's not here now. And we've seen no sign of Tamlin. Maybe we should... Wait. Do you hear that?
So if you listen real carefully, all the animals stopped. And in real life, like, that's a bad sign.
Exactly. The forest is too still. Something's in the air. Something unnatural.
Tamlin said he felt the same thing in the cave.
And now it's affecting the forest? Maybe that mirror unleashed some kind of sickness. That would not be good. The sooner we find this cave and Tamlin, the sooner we can leave. Take us there quickly.
Well, if you'd stop interrupting me to have conversations, we would have already been there. Hey, you guys. Alright, so these two got blood already, so we're good there. And there we go. Now there are certain quest lines we're not going to complete, like the various different faction, like little minor factions. We're not going to complete the majority of them. We will complete the mercenary one, but that's the only one we're going to complete. Just because it doesn't add sustenance to the storyline at all, but the mercenary one is kind of cool if you do it a specific way. Blackstone Irregulars, I think, is what they're called.
So these are the ruins. Interesting. They're definitely of human origin, yet elven artifacts are scattered amongst them. Nothing explains the monsters, though. But we must find Tamlin, or what's left of him. I can't imagine he's still alive with those creatures about. Still, even if he's here somewhere, we need to find his body. Let's just pray we're wrong.
So, I want to point out one flaw that the elves have. Yes, they are very hyper-fixated on keeping their lore, keeping their culture. But the one thing that they really... And there are many human cultures today that still do this. The one flaw that they have is, like, if you actually took the time to learn, in this case, like the human culture and history, you would know exactly what these Darkspawn are. And I bet you the humans probably somewhere far, far back have something documented about ruins like this. But because you're dismissive of other outside cultures' history, it prevents you from knowing the full picture. Because you gotta get all sides. So if they had done that, they would have probably recovered more of their history than they have recovered on their own.
It appears we will need to fight the Blight one at a time. And so I shall. All right, and so I shall. Delighted. All right, and so I shall. Of course.
Another trick with bodies is if you can walk through them, they're fully loaded in. if you can't walk through them, if it creates like a barrier where you have to walk around it, that's another way to tell if you're like, man, this blood's taking too long to show up, like this guy. But we can walk through his body so we know he's loaded in, so we're not missing any loot.
I would watch out where I you. See there? That's a trap. I would watch
So,
out where I you.
Yes?
The traps, you don't actually have to wait for the animation. As soon as they go down to start the animation, you can move your character and walk away, and it'll still disarm everything. That's one of the little shortcuts to save you some time. There you are.
All right, as you desire. Delighted. Of course. All right. And so I shall. As you desire.
Yeah, you and me are gonna have a talk, bud. Come here. Come here. Stun.
Delighted. All right. As you desire. Of course. And so I shall.
And like most games, whenever you level up, you will heal. So if your health's getting low, but you know you're about to level up, you're good to go. You don't have to really worry about your health bar at that point. All right, so we need a ton of dexterity. So let's just keep doing dexterity. So that requires 14 cunning, or sorry, level 4 is what it requires. So we're still, that'll be next level. We don't need a sustained aim because this slows everything down. It just makes your critical chance and all of that go better. What we're going to do is we're going to go with Shattering Shot to start, and then we'll do the Pinning Shot after. Shattering Shot, which we need to place properly, will damage the opponent's armor. We're going to do that there, and we're going to put this guy back here for now. Alright. That time, Meryl. Make sure you don't got backup weapons. We're good to go.
All right.
Ah, I got my bearkin.
So you were the one fighting Darkspawn. I thought I heard combat. You're the elf I found wandering the forest, aren't you? I'm surprised you have recovered.
You're Duncan the Grey Warden who's aid me.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The last time we spoke, you were barely conscious.
And Darren Atishan, Duncan of the Grey Wardens. I am Meryl, the Keeper's apprentice.
Your keeper did not send you after me, did she? I told her I would be in no danger.
We're looking for our brother Tamlin.
So you and your friend Tamlin both entered this cave, and you saw this mirror.
Yes, and then Tamlin touched it and I blacked out.
I see. That's unfortunate. The Grey Wardens have seen artifacts like this mirror before. It is Tevinter in origin, used for communication. Over time, some of them simply break. They become filled with the same taint as the Darkspawn. Tamlin's touch must have released it. It's what made you sick. And Tamlin too, I presume.
So, yes, Tevinter, it's another nation because this game takes place exclusively in Ferelden. Which is the very first of the kingdoms we get introduced to. Tevinter will be talked about, and Orlais will be talked about. When we go to the second game, we are in the Free Marches, and then the third game takes place with the Free Marches, Ferelden, and it adds Orlais to it. The fourth game is supposed to take place in Tevinter. So these are all different nations, but these are the nations. There is one more nation, which is the Quinari nation, but they're their own thing that we haven't been to in any of the games yet. And Tevinter, specifically, as we heard in the introduction video, they're the powerful mages that corrupted the heavens and brought down all these Darkspawn, right? So it makes sense that they have ancient magic artifacts that belong to the elves once. So yes, the Tevinter use it, but they are still elven in nature, in origin. And Tevinter is a kingdom or a nation run by mages that heavily uses elven slaves. So that's another reason why they would have so much elven stuff and be using it.
The Darkspawn are drawn to the mirror. Do you want to lead them to your clan?
I do not fear this sickness. The Keeper knows how to cure it.
She may have weakened it, but she cannot cure it. Your recovery is only temporary. I can sense the sickness in you, and it is spreading. Look inside yourself, and you will see.
Yeah, sure, bud. Let me just open myself up, and we'll take a gander. All right. Then what should I do? No. Perhaps there is something to what you say.
Confirm it with your keeper later if you like. For now, we must deal with the mirror. It is a danger.
That's fair.
It is done. Now let's leave this cursed place. I must speak with the Keeper immediately regarding your cure.
All right, I agree. Let's leave. Now, Grey Wardens in this game don't have a uniform. In the next game, and going forward, in all of the future games, the Grey Wardens will have a uniform. It will be a blue, silver, white. Those are the three colors. So, currently they don't have one, but in the future games, you'll see them all wearing similar outfits.
I sense no other Darkspawn nearby, so it's safe. Lead on.
I'm relieved you have returned, and I did not expect to see you again so soon, Duncan.
I was not expecting to return so soon either, Keeper.
Dare I ask of Tamlin? What did you find of him?
The Grey Warden says we'll find nothing.
I see. Meryl, what about the mirror? Did you bring anything back?
I can answer that, Keeper. I destroyed the mirror.
I intended to use it to find a cure for this mysterious illness. I trust you had good reasons for your actions.
Now, there is much to discuss, Keeper. I have learned a great deal since I was last here.
Let us speak privately within my Aravel, then, Duncan. Meryl, warn the hunters. If Darkspawn are about, I want the clan prepared.
Manuvinen, Keeper. Right away.
Dalen, allow me some time to speak with Duncan. Seek us out at my Aravel later, and we can discuss your cure. Tell Hiren Pivel what has occurred. He now has the sad task of preparing a service for the dead. Follow me, Duncan. I'm eager to hear what you have to say.
And you gotta love Duncan. Like, he immediately is like, no, I did this. I'm gonna tell you about it. Love that. Alright, so first things first. Let's go sell the stuff that we got from Meryl.
I see you have not returned with young Tamlin. Are we to assume the worst?
The Grey Warden says he will not be found. Because that was what we settled with, was what he said. We didn't actually finish looking, because cutscene.
A sad day for our clan.
Not that we'll find him. We never will.
We're friends. My condolences on your loss.
Alright. Let's
of course
take a look at his craft. So, sell this, sell this. We don't need the fire arrow. Yeah, we don't need the Treventer Mage's robes. Don't need the Lyrium potion. Do we really want to keep... Yeah, we do for now. Let's get rid of these for... We'll hold on to the sapphire. Alright, inventory's cleaned up because Inventory management's a big thing in these games. Especially this one. Alright, let's go do this funeral service so we can move on.
So you return with the Grey Warden, but without Tamlin. What happened, Dalen? Is he truly lost to us?
The Grey Warden. Well, we were told to say yes.
So, another of our children has perished. To think I'd live to see this. It seems the will of the creators that I sing the dirge for those I held in my arms as babes. I think I know why our immortal ancestors would sleep. Swiftly do stars burn a path across the sky, hastening to place one last kiss upon your eye. Tenderly land enfolds you in slumber, softening the rolling thunder. Dagger now sheathed, bow no longer tense. During this, your last hour, only silence. Of course. We've no body to return to the soil, but we shall still sing for Tamlin. The creators must come to guide him to the beyond. Tell the Keeper, it shall be done before the clan is ready to move on. I ask only one thing, if I may. This Grey Warden, you have met him now, yes? Is he a good man?
He does seem honorable, because, I mean, like, he gave us justification, he discussed it with us about breaking the mirror, and then he immediately told the Keeper and prevented us from having to explain it. So, yeah, definitely honorable, for sure.
Interesting. What is it he talks to the Keeper about, I wonder? Perhaps you should go and ask.
Alright, let's do it.
Of course. May the gods guide your path, Dalen.
And this should conclude all of this.
Your Keeper and I have spoken, and we've come to an arrangement that concerns you. My order is in need of help. You are in need of a cure. When I leave, I hope you will join me. You would make an excellent Grey Warden.
Yeah, because it's never made clear whether the elves as a whole know about the Grey Wardens, or if it's just like the leadership of each clan that knows about them. It's never made quite clear on that. We're going to go with the assumption that the basic understanding of what a Grey Warden is understood, based on the dialogue choices they've given us up to this point. So we're going to go with it would be an honor.
The Darkspawn taint courses through your veins. That you recovered at all is remarkable. But eventually the taint will sicken and kill you, or worse. The Grey Wardens can prevent that, but it means joining us.
Alright, let's do it.
I welcome you to the Order. It is rare to have a Dalish amongst us, but they have always served with distinction.
I know you'll do your clan.
Dang, I missed that opportunity.
Take this ring.
Should have went with Legolas on this.
It is your heritage, and will protect you against the darkness to come.
A valuable gift. So, are you ready to go?
I would like to stay for the funeral at minimum.
We have much ground to cover, but I cannot deny you that. Say your farewells. Then we must be off.
Come then, Dalen.
And this
Before the creators guide you from us, let your clan embrace you one last time.
This will be the last time we see this clan until the second game.
We will be traveling south through the hinterlands to the ruin of Ostagar, on the edges of the Korkari Wilds. The Tevinter Imperium built Ostagar long ago to prevent the Wilders from invading the northern lowlands. It's fitting we make our stand here, even if we face a different foe within that forest. The King's forces have clashed with the Darkspawn several times, but here is where the bulk of the Horde will show itself. There are only a few Grey Wardens within Ferelden at the moment, but all of us are here. This blight must be stopped, here and now. If it spreads to the north, Ferelden will fall.
Ho there, Duncan.
King Kalen. I didn't expect
a royal welcome? I was beginning to worry you'd miss all the fun.
Not if I could help it, Your Majesty.
Then I'll have the mighty Duncan at my side in battle after all. Glorious. The other wardens told me you'd found a promising recruit. I take it this is he?
Allow me to introduce you, Your Majesty.
There's no need to be so formal, Duncan. We'll be shedding blood together after all. Ho there, friend. Might I know your name?
So this character, they made the personality very unique. The few times you get to talk to him, a few times you get to hear him talk, he's very well spoken, he's very cultured, as you would expect a king to be. But he's overly eager and dismissive of military things. And he can repeat it back to you as if he understands it, but he's very dismissive of a lot of things, like almost like a brand new lieutenant in the army, right? Like over eager to get into the conflict without thinking of the whole picture and the long-term consequences of each action. But again, they also make him to be like this super brilliant guy that knows all these things already. So it's a unique personality blend that you don't get to see very often in real life. And it makes you ask the question also, like, what would he have done if he did survive? Because we all know that he dies right here in this beginning battle, because that's the whole storyline for the game. But what would have happened if you had that personality type ruling a major country with no conflict? How would that change for an overeager king that is eager for battle to prove himself and be a myth? It's like, I'm not sure he would have made the best ruler in peacetime.
Pleased to meet you. The Grey Wardens are desperate to bolster their numbers, and I, for one, am glad to help them. You are Dalish, are you not? I hear your people possess remarkable skill and honor.
You know, the Dalish King Kalen. So you can see, like, we're going to see how culture, a brief little glimpse of his cultured experience and knowledge. And if you do play as various other races, like you come in here as the dwarf or you come in here as a human, he will have a piece of your culture and lore and history that he has queued up in one of the dialogue options.
I wish I knew more, but your people aren't exactly fond of mine. For good reason. I tell you this, you are very welcome here.
See that for a good reason. So, like, he understands the whole conflict from both
I'm sorry to cut
sides.
this short, but I should return to my tent. Loghain waits eagerly to bore me with his strategies.
Your uncle sends his greetings and reminds you that Redcliffe forces could be here in less than a week.
Ha! Eamon just wants in on the glory. We've won 3 battles against these monsters, and tomorrow should be no different. I'm not even sure this is a true blight. There are plenty of Darkspawn on the field, but alas, we've seen no sign of an archdemon.
Disappointed, Your Majesty?
I'd hoped for a war like in the tales. A king riding with the fabled Grey Wardens against a tainted god. But I suppose this will have to do. I must go before Loghain sends out a search party. Farewell, Grey Wardens.
What the king said is true. They've won several battles against the Darkspawn here.
You don't sound very reassured.
Despite the victories so far, the Darkspawn horde grows larger with each passing day. By now, they look to outnumber us. I know there is an archdemon behind this, but I cannot ask the king to act solely on my feeling.
So here's my deal. The king is very dismissive of the seasoned, experienced veterans and counselors and advisors that he has, and he's very boyish in the regard that he eagerly and excitedly chases stories and legends and glory and all of these things. So realistically, he would have trusted Duncan's word if Duncan had just stated how the blight interacts with the archdemon and with the darkspawn. And this is going to expand further on that, so I'm not going to talk in detail yet. But like the Grey Wardens are the one people that can tell you definitively yes or no. They're the only people that can tell you definitively yes or no on whether something's a blight or just a random pack of darkspawn.
Yes, we should proceed with the ritual.
Alright, what do you need me to do then?
Feel free to explore the camp here as you wish. All I ask is that you do not leave it for the time being. There is another Grey Warden in the camp by the name of Alistair. When you're ready, seek him out and tell him it's time to summon the other recruits. Until then, I have business I must attend to. You may find me at the Grey Warden tent on the other side of this bridge, should you need to.
Alright, so there is a DLC, which we do have and we will play through because it's during the campaign, where we get to come back here and revisit the battlefield after everything's done and said. So we're definitely going to do that, but as a result of that, there's a couple little tricks that a lot of people will either miss or they're just completely unaware that it's even an option. So we're going to go ahead and do 2 of those. Is it 2 of those? 1 of those. We're going to do 1 of those because the other one... The other one's more commonly known, which is the dog. If you're not a human noble, the way to get you can get a dog here. There's also a free sword we can get too, which we're definitely going to go grab. Alright, looty loot loot. Music. That's what we're missing. Let's go there with it. Alright, and when we come back after the battle and stuff, like more of this area will be opened up, and during the battle some of these areas will open up as well. Whee! Look at them mountains. You can see the battlements down below. Which, I want to point out, if you have an army that you know is coming from this way, because that's the way you set up your defenses and everything, right? Why not? Oh, I don't know. Come back here with some boulders or whatever. Something big or blocky, even put them up here for whatever, right? And then when they come down, just block the entire path and then fill this with archers and mages just to rain down hell on them. Like, that would be the more tactically sound thing to do there. Is wait until they advance to get underneath. Even have your infantry or somebody back there as bait, right? And then drop the rocks, block the path, and it just becomes a giant kill zone. Alright, so let's see if we can do this. Where is this elf? There's an elf that runs around the camp. There's Wynn.
Greetings, young man. You are Duncan's newest recruit, are you not? He's not a man easily impressed. You should be proud. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wynn, one of the mages summoned by the king.
So as far as I know and remember, Wynn at this point is human. At a certain point though, Wynn is no longer human, and it's kind of like subtly hinted at. Because there's no change in the character. But if I'm not mistaken, as of right now, she is still human. let's be polite with her because she's a companion we'll get, and she's honestly a really kick-ass healer.
Well met. And good luck to you on the battlefield. To us all, in fact.
Not luck, but skill. That is a fact. Well, luck is a factor in combat, for sure. But more often than not, if you have the skill, you can make things work. You can improvise and adapt enough to make it work. But skill still does... luck does... You can't deny that luck has a significant part.
And I'm sure you have plenty of that to offer. To defeat the Darkspawn, we have to work together. It's not an idea everyone seems able to grasp.
Alright. So let's get going.
Well, don't let this old mage distract you from your duties.
Because
I'm sure
we'll be
Duncan
back
has
with...
much for you to do.
We'll be dealing with her again later. Check out the blacksmith.
So, any last wishes I can help
I have finished.
Before you head into battle?
You there, elf. Where's my armor? And why are you dressed so preposterously?
Because I'm here to become a Grey Warden.
You're... Oh, yes, of course. Please, forgive my rudeness. There are so many elves running about, and I've been waiting for... it's simply been so hectic. I never thought... Please, pardon my terrible manners. I am just the quartermaster, a simple man. No one special.
Perhaps you should treat your servants more kindly, dude.
Yes, of course, you're very right. Did you come for some supplies, perhaps?
So, he actually has two different supply inventories. The first one is, let's see what you have, and this is the basic supply set. And I'll show you this, because we're actually going to get a backpack right out of this. So, let's compare this. 665, but we lose the rapid aim, so no. Alright, so, come over here. And there's the backpack. So we're going to grab the backpack. You never need any dog treats, by the way, because the dog is always max affinity. So we never need those. Clear out the quartz. Alright, so we actually need to talk to this dude a few times while we're in this section of the game. So for now, see if you got anything worthwhile. You do not. Alright, so.
Hello again. Is there something you need? Some supplies, perhaps?
What kind of supplies do you have as a separate inventory altogether?
It's for the King's men, but you Grey Wardens can buy what you need for a modest price. I also have some goods on the side I can provide. Strictly off the record, of course. To keep morale up, you understand.
Yep, and then that gives us the other goods option now.
So long as you keep it quiet.
And he's got stronger weapons. Stronger armor. This is where you can get the heavy armor right in the beginning. And he's got some more like different potions and stuff like that, recipes. But he won't have a backpack here. So unless you're getting a specific weapon or specific armor, there's no reason to come to this inventory. Alright, so let's close this out. And we've got the Keeper's Ring. It gives us 1 dexterity, so we'll take that. Alright. There's Davith. He's one of the recruits. He's rather irrelevant, so we're not going to deal with him. The Tranquil. This chest right here. This is super important. What we're going to do is we're going to come up here. There's 2 ways to handle this.
In the name of Andraste, I bless you today.
Well, technically there's 3, but we're only going to deal with 2. First one is you can convince this guard to give this prisoner part of his food. No matter what, you're not going to see either one of these again, and no matter what, there is no consequences for what you do with this specific decision. So with the fact that there is no consequences and they are not reoccurring characters, the one thing you can do here is just kill this dude.
Someone finally comes and talks to the lone prisoner. I don't suppose you've come to sentence me.
And if I have...
I doubt I'm that lucky. I don't suppose you have a bit of kindness in you?
All I want is food and water. They haven't fed me since I was locked up, and I'm starving.
So this dude was caught for desertion, and what he was doing is he was sneaking around when he wasn't supposed to be sneaking around, trying to steal food, and he ended up stealing a key to the mage's chest, and he got caught, and they charged him with desertion, even though he was still in the camp. The reality was is he wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing, and he was stealing from the king's army as a whole. So either way, the sentence still would have been the same. Alright, so why would I want to help you?
Because you might want something I don't need. Them circle wizards got a chest they keep things in. Magical things. And I stole the key. That's why I'm here. I got one of them drunk, took his key and tried to sneak to the chest. They assumed I was deserting. I can't use it from here. But I'd trade you for some food and water.
And you can go into more dialogue and you find out that, like, he was also hungry and stuff like that then. So, they didn't find the key when you were arrested?
I swallowed it. But it's, come back into my possession since then, so to speak.
Well, that's exciting. But this right here will give you the option that I'll take that, kill him, and you take the key. Because again, there's no consequences here. You're not going to see these characters again, regardless of your decision making. So just do the direct, simple answer.
What? But you can't do that. Ah, God!
What? What in Andraste's name did you do that for? Just because you're a Grey Warden doesn't give you the right to go and kill anyone you please. Explain yourself.
And you can literally give him any explanation and he won't care. So, we're just going to go with I don't have to explain myself.
You'll have to explain yourself to someone. Well, no skin off my teeth. When they ask me why he's dead, that's what I'll tell them.
There we go. Bam. And we got item received, so now we have the key. We're not going to use it. I'll show you guys why later. Alright, so there's Jory. He's the knight from Redcliffe that's going to try to become a Grey Warden with us. But what we're looking for is there's an elf. This guy right here.
Elf, what's your name?
Hey, sir.
Go tell Tern Logain that the war party's ready to begin scouting. We'll send word if we find anything.
So this elf, you want to stop him as soon as you're able.
Hello? I'm sorry, is there something you needed?
And then go, what do you mean?
I deliver messages around the camp. You have a message for me?
And then you go, no, I just wanted to talk. Oh, wait, no, go lie. Yes, I do.
Then what is... Oh, wait.
Here we go.
Are you the one I'm supposed to give Sir Garland's sword to? Because I think the smith's done with it.
And then you say persuade.
Oh, that's such a relief. You really saved me from the switch for sure. I'd best get back to my duties again before I get in more trouble.
Again, no consequences to that decision. And what it does is it gives you Sir Garland's sword. So we'll end up giving this to Alistair because he's a sword and board with a sword and shield build character. So we're going to give this to him. But you can look, it gives us a 2 attack and a 10 physical resistance on top of everything else. However, the description of it is pretty humorous. It says, somewhere on a field there is a bewildered knight fighting with his dinner fork. Pity him. But this is a good way to get a decent sword in the beginning for Alistair. Or you if you are a sword and board character. Alright. So that's one of the little ones that a lot of people miss. So we're going to go on up here, open up some chests, do the looty loot loot. We're going to listen to him.
This wretched thing is a darkspawn. They're strong and cunning and smart, but don't listen to those old wives' tales. They can be killed. Stick them with your sword enough, and they go down. Their blood is black as sin and poisonous. Don't even touch it. You get tainted with that blood, and you may as well slit your throat. We've lost many dogs already. Had to muzzle them to keep them from biting. It's a long and painful way to die.
Alright, so that's the first little bit of training, because he's training the new recruits, the sergeant is. So, we're going to walk around, and we might be able to get the second piece of dialogue out of him, it doesn't always trigger. But we will definitely come back because he's got some decent information about the basics of Darkspawn and what soldiers should expect when they're fighting. We want to get all this loot around here. Let's check our... Okay, so the other cool thing is they have this junk option. So we're going to go ahead and junk that. Studded. It provides 0.99 more armor, but we lose the 1 dexterity and we gain 0.05 fatigue, which makes us move slower. It makes our stamina cost more. So we're going to keep the dexterity. Get rid of that. Scale armor, we'll hold on to it because I'm not sure if we're going to need it for Alistair. We'll double check. I think he's already running scale armor, if I remember correctly. Let's check the hat. So the same armor. However, this one over here is giving us 3 physical resistance, so we'll definitely take that. Alright, let's get to it. And we're going to keep the headgear because we can give that to other companions later. If needed. See, is he going to trigger the second one?
There are lots of Darkspawn, different kinds. We're getting reports of things we've never even heard of. Our short friend here, for instance, is something called a genlock. They're pretty common in the Horde, but we've seen others much larger. We don't know where these new Darkspawn are coming from, or what they can do. All I can say is to use caution. There aren't any we've seen that won't die once they bleed enough.
So, the different types, right? So, the Genlock's the short one, the Hurlock's the bigger ones that are like human-sized. And the Emissaries can be Genlocks or Hurlocks, so they can do the magic. The Emissaries are magic. And there's also Shriekers, which are like corrupted werewolves, essentially. Because werewolves do exist in this game. And what else? There's the ogres. But those, I don't know if you'd really consider those Darkspawn or not. Like a Darkspawn type, or if that's just a monster that allies themselves with them. Got any more, Sergeant?
I want this nonsense talk stopped immediately. What are you, a bunch of Natric fishwives spreading gossip until you brown your small clothes out of terror? We've seen nothing to suggest that the Darkspawn drag our people underground to eat them. And I want this talk about Darkspawn enslaving survivors to stop immediately. Keep your minds focused on the battle. You fight for Ferelden and for your king. Remember that.
I mean, he's got a valid point. They don't do those things. So if you talk to Loghain's Guard, if you're ever interested in talking to more people, Loghain's Guard will actually bring Loghain out, and you can talk to him before all of this.
You approach the tent of Terran Loghain. State your business.
Is the Terran inside? What is he doing?
He's inside, but I don't think it's my place to discuss his activity.
Okay, and then we can do the Persuade option. If you got the Coercion perks, which is your cunning attribute. If you have those, you can do these options, and you can actually discuss, and you can actually get an audience with them.
I suppose you have a message for him. Hold on, then.
Yes, what is it? Oh, you're Duncan's new Grey Warden, I assume.
And it's time for me. Is it the same time for everyone watching? No, it's based on when you start. There's a timer that starts when you start. I believe, if I remember correctly. Alright, so we're going to say yes I am, because we are the new Grey Warden.
Kaelin's fascination with the Wardens goes beyond the ordinary. Are you aware his father brought your order back to Ferelden?
Now, that key line right there, that Kaelin's father brought the order back, Loghain was... They became best friends, and they rose to power together. There's actually a prequel book series that covers King Kaelin's father, Merrick, and Loghain, and how they met, and then how they ended up becoming the rulers of Ferelden, and talks about their war with Olay. which is where Logain has such a hatred for those people. And why he's so cautious when dealing with Orlesians is because of the fact that he served with Merrick as Merrick's top general and personal bodyguard and best friend, and waged a civil war, a revolutionary war against Orlais to gain their freedom again. So he's got justification there. The books are awful, don't read them, but they're available if you really want to know the finer details. Alright, so we're going to say no, I didn't, because the elf would not know about human culture.
Marek respected the Grey Wardens. They have an honored place in the hearts of our people. But Marek would have understood that it takes more than legends to win a battle. That's not an argument I'll repeat here. I see you're a Dalish. Marek knew a Dalish elf once. Never saw an equal with the bow before or since. I don't suppose you'll be riding into the thick of battle with the rest of your fellows, will you?
We're going to say we don't know because we don't have orders yet, even though as the players we do. So we're going to say we don't know. But you see, like, even that respect for the Dalish bowmen, everyone knows.
If Kalen has his way, you will. Now I must return to my task. Pray that our king proves amenable to wisdom, if you're the praying sword.
We're going to say the Dalish don't have kings.
And yet the fate of the Grey Wardens lies in his hands. Remember that.
So, that right there is where we get to see the first meanness, that little ending. Because he's always mean at the very ending, regardless of what you choose. And that's where you gotta get to see the bitterness for the first time from him. Alright, so we have the key, we got Sir Garland's sword. Let's go get the mission for the dog.
I hate to waste such a promising member of the breed. Are you the new warden? I could use some help.
And who was that, Duncan? No, that was Logain, Taron Logain. So Taron Logain is King Kaelin's top general and military advisor, because he was his father's top general and military advisor. So he's a veteran of these wars. He's an older man. King Kaelin's wife is actually Taron Logain's daughter. So his daughter is also the queen. So that's who he is.
This is a Mabari, smart breed and strong. His owner died in the last battle, and the poor hound swallowed darkspawn blood. I have medicine that might help, but I need him muzzled first.
Alright, let's do it.
Go
Always do
and
it.
let him smell you. We'll know right away if he'll respond. Let's hope this works. I'd really hate to have to put him down.
So the dog looks up at you respectfully, backing down from his aggressive stance. You can see intelligence in his eyes, as well as a great deal of pain. This animal is very ill, so we're going to put the muzzle on the dog.
Well done. Now I can treat the dog properly, poor fella. Come to think of it, are you heading into the wilds anytime soon?
I might be, why?
There's a particular herb I could use to improve the dog's chances. It's a flower that grows in the swamps here, if I remember. If you happen across it, I could use it. It's very distinctive, all white, with a blood-red centre.
I'll see if I can find one.
Good. In the meantime, I'll begin treating our poor friend.
I at least did this in my journey. I mean, that one's a pretty hard one to miss for most people because the dude has the big old exclamation mark above his head. However, I will say that the only one you don't actually have to do it in is the, what's it called? The human noble. If you're a human noble, you actually get your dog in the very beginning of the game in your introduction story. And you'll still have this mission. However, when you encounter the dog after the battle, instead of it being this dog, it'll be your dog from the beginning of the game. Alright. So we got the stuff and the things. Let's go get Alistair. Oh wait, we got one more place we gotta check. Right down here. See, and this is where, again, benefit of being a rogue is being able to, like, pick these locks. Get the items. Go over here.
What is it now?
As soon as he's done.
Grey Wardens asked more than enough of the Circle?
I simply came to deliver a message from the revered mother, Sir Mage. She desires your presence.
What her reverence desires is of no concern to me. I am busy helping the Grey Wardens, by the King's orders, I might add.
Should I have asked her to write a note?
Tell her I will not be harassed in this manner.
Yes, I was harassing you by delivering a message.
Your glibness does you no credit.
Here I thought we were getting along so well. I was even going to name one of my children after you. The Grumpy One.
Enough. I will speak to the woman if I must. Get out of my way, fool.
You know, one good thing about the Blight is how it brings people together.
I know exactly what you mean, because we're De La Shelf running around with a human army.
It's like a party. We could all stand in a circle and hold hands. That would give the Darkspawn something to think about. Wait, we haven't met, have we? I don't suppose you happen to be another mage?
We haven't met. You must be Alistair.
And that makes you Duncan's new recruit, I suppose. Glad to meet you. As the junior member of the Order, I'll be accompanying you when you prepare for the joining.
Alright, pleased to meet you. My name is Fear.
Right, that was the name. So I'm curious. Have you ever actually encountered Darkspawn before?
Yes, just recently.
I've only fought them once up close. And that was before the battles here started, which Duncan has kept me out of so far. Tell me, did you find them as monstrous as I did?
Hideous, dangerous, but killable. That's an important fact. Killable.
You'll be at an advantage then. Most new recruits have never even seen Darkspawn. Anyhow, whenever you're ready, let's get back to Duncan. I imagine he's eager to get things started.
Alright, let's go.
If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, lead on.
I think you mentioned he dies. Oh, so at the end of the game, you get to choose the fate of Alistair, essentially. Or just before the end of the game, you get to choose Alistair's fate. And one of the options is he can be killed. But again, that's a player choice, and it's not the canon decisions, and it's not a decision we'll be doing, so we won't see that one. But it is an option that, as the player, you can always choose if you want to. Now, the part was so weird and entertaining. Now, the reason that part is so is weird for you is because you don't know Alistair's background. The one piece I'll tell you that's not a spoiler is Alistair was a Templar before he became a Grey Warden. So he was trained to be the people who guarded the mages in the Circle of Magi Tower, and he was also the dude, like, you know, they are trained to kill them and put them down and treat them like prisoners. So he has an issue with mages right from the get-go from his background training.
All done.
Alright, so Alistair, what we're going to do is we're going to come over here and we look at this Sir Garland's sword and we compare it to his Warden Longsword that he has. The Warden Longsword has the same basic stats. However, the difference is that the Sir Garland sword gives him a 2 attack and a 10 physical resistance. And as a tank, we need him to have the physical resistance. And being a melee character, attack's always a positive thing to give him. So this is where that sword that we got from the Elven Mage the Elven Messenger comes into play here, where it gives you a distinct advantage right out the gate. We're gonna move that to junk. We'll move arrows to junk. we're going to give him a helmet. So this one gives 3 physical resistance. That gives nothing. So we're going to give him the physical resistance. He's got splint mail. So we're not giving him scale mail. The splint mail is a set. And when you have a set, see where up at the top it says status effects. And it says item set bonus below that. And it says matching equipment is providing an item set bonus. So, what we can do is we can look and we can see the willpower, the magic are green. Right? So that is from having a set bonus. And the armor, the defense, the attack, all of this is increased by the bonuses of the equipment. So the set bonus gives us 1. Then the sword we gave him gives us the attack bonus that we saw. And then the runic gives us the willpower and mental resistance. And those are his bonuses. And then that 3 physical resistance up here. But his basic armor alone doesn't do anything. But when it's all matched, it's the same name. Then it gives the bonuses. Alright, so. Oh yeah, we have a thing for you, Alistair. Yeah, melee critical chance, 50 stamina, void. Yep. You get to wear that for now. We are changing that out later. I put that on me, didn't I? Yes, I did. Ha ha ha. You, wear that. Alright, let's do this. Again, ignore the marker. You can't access it during the daytime anyways.
You found Alistair, did you? Good. I'll assume you're ready to begin preparations. Assuming, of course, that you're quite finished riling up mages, Alistair.
What can I say? The revered mother ambushed me. The way she wields guilt, they should stick her in the army.
She forced you to sass the mage, did she? We cannot afford to antagonize anyone, Alistair. We don't need to give anyone more ammunition against us.
I apologize, Duncan. I'll go collect who we're missing. This is Sir Jory, a knight from Redcliffe.
How'd you do?
And this here is Daveth, a fellow from Denerim.
That's me. I'm a fellow.
And this, of course, is the recruit that Duncan said he was bringing.
Alright, let's see here. That was a good... that was the good for the sword and shield people item, right? Yes. Yeah, the necklace. We will... I'll pull it back up, so that way we can see it. It is from doing a DLC. When you complete the DLCs, after... Like, anytime you've completed a DLC on a profile, when you start the Origins campaign up, you start out with special items in your inventory. Alright, so, I'm Fear, pleased to meet you. Well, everyone's being sarcastic, so let's be sarcastic with them. That's me, the new guy.
Now then, since you're all here, we can begin. You 4 will be heading into the Korcari Wilds to perform 2 tasks. The first is to obtain 3 vials of Darkspawn blood, 1 for each recruit.
And what's the second task?
There was once a Grey Warden archive in the wilds, abandoned long ago when we could no longer afford to maintain such remote outposts. It has recently come to our attention that some scrolls have been left behind, magically sealed to protect them. Alistair, I want you to retrieve these scrolls if you can.
Alright, find the archives, 3 vials of blood. Understood, let's do it.
The scrolls contain treaties promising support. Treaties that may prove valuable in the days to come. Watch over your charges, Alistair. Return quickly and safely.
We will.
Then may the Maker watch over your path. I will see you when you return.
So the treaties will be discussed in detail later, so we'll cover those then. And we will cover the joining ritual after it's done. So, let's save our game before we go anywhere. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're coming up on 2 hours. I'm gonna have a smoke, change my dip, and then we're gonna knock all this Ostagar area out. And we're gonna get to Load the Ring, and then we'll see what time it is and how I'm feeling. Maybe we'll go past Load the Ring. So, please stick with me. It'll be very brief, I promise. And we'll get back into it. Alright, we are back. Get the chair adjusted. Alright, let's go.
Hail. I'm told you all have business in the wilds. The gate's open for you. Just be careful out there. Even a Grey Warden won't be safe in the forest tonight.
Ooh, wolves. Hey, bud.
Delighted. As you desire. So I shall. Delighted. As you desire. All right. Of course. And so I shall.
Davith, my friend. We have to switch you out, bud. Davith. Select tactics. I don't want you to be a scrapper. I want you to be an archer. So, explain what I just did here. The first Dragon Age game, if you pull up this menu where you can see the character record and you go to the NPC that you want to alter their behavior, and you go down to the bottom right where it says select tactics for Y, you can change this. And you have behavior, which is like passive, aggressive, ranged, cautious, defensive. We're going to do ranged, and what I want him to do is we're going to change him from, and you can see we got behaviors here. I'm going to go to archer, and when we go to archer, it adds the pinning shot that he has unlocked, right? Now, we're going to go ahead and close this guy out, because now he's the way I want him. And we're going to go over to Alistair. Now, Alistair's going to be somebody that we're going to keep with us. So, we're going to make him an aggressive defender. And he's got things already selected and filled out. Now, as we add to this, what we'll end up doing is there'll be an option, and show you on Davith, where you can go down to self. So this is for the character Davith is targeting himself, and we go down to health, right? And you select which one you want. So if we go to, if his health is less than 25%, right? We can select an action for when his health reaches less than 25%. We can make him go over here, and we can go to use health poultice, but use the most powerful or the least powerful. So we can actually set these conditions. So now, if his health reaches below 25%, he will automatically use a health poultice to heal himself. So you can actually enable this on all your characters so they will self-heal. It's pretty useful. Alright, let's do the looty loot. And as you're leveling them up real quick, as you're leveling them up on this, on the skills, the more of these down here, the combat tactics you unlock for the NPCs, don't ever unlock these for yourself. You don't need them. But for your companions, the more of these you unlock, it unlocks additional actions that you can program into their behavior. So like Alistair's full and he's only at 3. So obviously at some point I'm going to need to give him more tactic slots so that he can use more variety of his skills that I'm going to give him. So that's stuff you got to plan for. Alright, so when you come into this area after you fight the wolves in the beginning area, before you go down there, you want to come over here and loot this guy, and he'll have this letter. And that triggers a new quest. Now, when you have a companion with you, be aware of their personality types, because your decisions in their presence affect your relationship with them. Now, we're going to do the nice little convenient way with the DLCs of maxing out their relationships with us. So we're not going to really have to be too concerned with it. But here, if you're not going to do it that way, this is one of those situations where Alistair is sarcastic and funny, but he's a genuinely nice person. And if you don't do genuinely nice things, he will be upset with you.
Who is that? Grey Wardens?
Well, he's not half as dead as he looks, is he?
My scouting band was attacked by Darkspawn. They came out of the ground. Please help me. I've got to return to camp.
Alright, so, like the ESO companion people. Yeah, exactly. Except for this one, they were nice enough to give us a bar and make it very achievable for the average player to be able to max out relatively quickly, rather than having to take time for cooldowns to take place for, like, I think it's like a 30-minute or a 2-hour cooldown for ESO, if I remember correctly. I don't know if it's been changed. I don't remember. But anyways, like, there's a long cooldown on them, so you can't just repeatedly just max them out quickly. Whereas this game gives you the option of gifts. You can give specific gifts, and it increases their affinity towards you, and there's no cooldown for gifts. So if you just got a bunch of gifts and you just load it all into the character as soon as you get them, you can max them out immediately. So there are those types of benefits to doing it on a single player campaign instead of like a MMO. So there are slight differences, but it also, the trade-off is, though, is you're not as invested if you're not taking your time to do the stories, because you skip over all that adventuring time that you're forced to do on ESO. So if I give you, if you give gifts enough, you can behave how you want. Exactly. That is exactly how this game set itself up.
I have bandages in my...
But we are going to create a personality type for our character as we progress.
Thank you. I've got to get out of here.
Did you hear? An entire patrol of seasoned men killed by Darkspawn.
Calm down, Sir Jory. We'll be fine if we're careful.
Those soldiers were careful, and they were still overwhelmed. How many Darkspawn can the four of us slay? A dozen? 100? There's an entire army in these forests.
There are Darkspawn about, but we're in no danger of walking into the bulk of the horde.
How do you know? I'm not a coward, but this is foolish and reckless. We should go back.
You are a coward, dude. You're sitting here complaining. Okay, fun fact for everybody. The Grey Wardens can sense the Darkspawn. That's a huge advantage they have. They can sense when Darkspawn are near. So, if you know this, because it is common knowledge, then why are you scared about being ambushed when we have a Grey Warden with us and he is telling you we're safe from Darkspawn? Why are you crying about it, dude? Now, what did you do with the injured crawling guy I had bandaged and moved on? Yep, yeah, legitimately, I just bandaged him and he moves on. And, because if you decide to do anything other than bandage him, Alistair disapproves. And he'll make a comment about it, and then he'll bandage him himself anyways. So no matter what, it still works out that way. But what you want to do is you just want to just go ahead and bandage him to avoid the disapproval from Alistair, because he is a key character that does have the ability to reoccur in all 3 games. You sound like a coward to me, dude. For sure.
I'm simply trying to stay alive. You do not see me fleeing, do you?
A bit of fear isn't unnatural, you know. Few relish meeting Darkspawn up close. I know I don't.
So I want to get this right, dude. you want to stay alive, and you chose a profession as a knight, and then volunteered to go to the Grey Wardens during a blight. That doesn't sound like a person who wants to stay alive. I'm just saying, like, you could have made better life choices. Maybe been a baker or something.
Know this. All Grey Wardens can sense Darkspawn. Whatever their cunning, I guarantee they won't take us by surprise. That's why I'm here.
You see, Sir Knight, we might die, but we'll be warned about it first.
That is reassuring.
That doesn't mean I'm here to make this easy, however. So let's get a move on.
Oh, I love Davith. He is so funny. I really like. They had to. So it's common knowledge for most players at this point. Davith and Jory don't survive the joining ritual, but like you had to kill Davith because Davith is too funny of a sarcastic character. He creates the Mercutio effect from Romeo and Juliet, right? Everyone's favorite character in Romeo and Juliet is Mercutio because he's funny, he's entertaining. But then he has to be killed because if not, he steals the limelight every time he shows up from Romeo. So Davith has that same effect where whenever he's talking, he is hilarious, but you can't let that go on for too long because he'll steal the limelight. I thought he didn't have a choice one selected. Oh, no. So your character, no matter what story beginning you start, your character is forced into service to the Grey Wardens, no matter what beginning you have. You can choose to go voluntarily, but if you refuse, you're still forced into it. I don't remember Davith's story, but I know Jory volunteered, because you can also go to the Grey Wardens and volunteer for service. So, but Jory is a volunteer. Duncan was going through Redcliffe, and he was trying to find volunteers, and Jory was one of the people that was the one person that volunteered. So he's here of his own free will.
Darkspawn. Everyone's as ugly as the first.
Boom.
Hey now.
Okay, I didn't realize that. That is shocking, right? Like, if you want to stay alive, why are you picking the most dangerous jobs possible? Alright, we gotta get closer or these guys won't engage. There we go. But yeah, for a person who wants to stay alive, you pick the most dangerous situations to put yourself in, pal. There's one vial down. Be a baker. There's 2 vials down.
Delighted.
Look there. Poor slobs. That just seems so excessive.
Yeah, see? The fact that they're displaying the corpses of their kills tells you right now they don't eat the people and they don't enslave them. Alright. Come up here. Deal with this ambush. Not gonna hit us with the ambush yet? You gonna wait for me to loot stuff? Okay. There it is.
So I shall. Of course. As you desire. So I shall. Of course.
So, if we pay attention to the sounds when you're out adventuring in this game, and you hear like the grumbling sounds the Darkspawn make, but you can't see any of them, it's because there's invisible rogue ones, and they're waiting for you to get to a certain trigger point to come out and ambush you. So if you're paying attention to the surrounding sounds, you can usually tell when you're about to be ambushed.
All right, delighted. As you desire, and so I shall. Of course. All right. As you desire. Delighted.
Dead yet?
And so I shall. Of course. All right. As you desire.
All right. They're polite like that to wait to ambush. Great tip. I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people miss the little details, the hints that the developers usually put in video games like that. Unless the developers go out of their way to make it like blatantly obvious. So this one. So crossbows, the downside with crossbows is they're significantly slower to fire, which is why they're better suited for like warriors. I don't use crossbows, so we'll get rid of that. 2 to physical resistance, 3, we'll keep the 2. And we'll get rid of this one that doesn't have anything. Alright. Hear the growling? Did you hear that? And there's the rogue. Alright, so the correct way when we get down here is to go that way. We're not going to do that. We're going to do 2 things first. We're going to come this way to the right, the opposite direction of where you're supposed to go. And we're going to come down here to where these ruined pillars are. And there's like a little stone pathway. Take this down here, and there's some wolves we get to fight.
And so I shall. Delighted.
Here we go.
As you desire. Of course. All right. Delighted. And so I shall. As you desire. All right. Delighted. All right. As you desire. Of course.
And then there's the alpha wolf.
As you desire.
And there we go. So let's loot all this. Come over here, loot the alpha, and then at the top of this hill, there's a chest. And that helps us progress in the missionary quest, and it gives us a two-handed sword that we can give to a character in the next town we go to. Hear the growl? There it is. Alright, let's level up. We need dexterity. Improved. Always take the tools. Alright, so we're going to keep going down this path, which is still the opposite direction of where the quest is.
It appears we will need to fight the Blight one at a time.
I'm going to fight this dude here.
Why do they bother?
As you desire.
And then we go up top. And there's archers.
And so I shall.
Shame about the face.
Alright. loot these guys. Come down here, get the first guy. Back here, and when we get to this point where we came down, we can wrap around, and there's some elf fruit, and then there'll be more people to fight.
One at a time. Delighted. All right. Of course. As you desire. And so I shall.
Now, every time it says blocked, that usually means like a tree or a wall or a pillar or a rock or a barrel or something got in the way and intercepted your arrow.
And how's that? So I shall. Of course. Delighted. All right.
Alright, we'll loot all this. And then at this camp here, we got the chest that we can open, but then we also have this campfire that you can interact with. Now what you want to do is you want to take it, and you don't want to open it. So you want to, because this is actually going to continue into a quest later that the experience is better when you complete it the proper way. And now that we've gotten to that lockbox, we're going to keep going, and we're actually going to knock out the quest now. With one side boss fight we're going to do. Well, mini boss fight. Alright, and there's the rock path, so now we're back to where we came down that hill right there. So now we're going to keep going.
It appears we will need to fight the Blight one at a time. And so I shall.
Dead yet?
As you desire. Delighted. And so I shall. Of course, delighted. And so I shall. As you desire.
Alright, we're going to let them run ahead. Because this bridge...
See there? That's a trap.
has traps at the end.
Watch out, right? See there? That's a trap. And so I shall.
You want to just clear enough so you can get through safely, if you are a rogue. You do get experience for every trap you disarm, so that's another reason to be a rogue and actually take your time and disarm traps. But that's also why we don't want to rush across that bridge in the beginning, is because you will hit these traps. Alright, and that trap was triggered, which is why we can't cycle through it. Alright, so this dead soldier has a pouch of ashes. That's actually a little mini quest here with the mini boss. But before we do that, we will loot the dead, and then we're going to go up over this hill because it's the dead end down there. But there's more enemies to fight. You can hear the growling. And then ambush. And there we go. More enemies. Alright, so now normally you'd rush through this direction. There's nothing really down there, so there's no point. But if you come up over this hill, you see some sparkly stuff in the distance there. First is the death root, but the pile of rocks here. So we're going to interact with this, and we're going to sprinkle more ash on the pile of stones, which we got off the dead soldier's corpse. And then behind us, a little mini boss spawns.
All right. Of course. As you desire.
And then when he dies, there'll be the first one with his name on it. And then there'll be a pile of rags afterwards. And it has a different item in it. And then we can just cross this hill here. And we can deal with this fight.
As you desire. All right. Of course. And so I shall.
You could have just given up, you know.
And so I shall. Of course. And so I shall. As you desire.
All right. Loot. Now, before you go in the tower and get the item, once you've gotten through this final fight here, what we want to do is we want to go and take everything off of Davith and Jory. So, take all this off, go to the weapons, and remember to swap weapon sets, because they have secondary weapons. And then these chainmail. Alright, and actually, I think the stuff we took off of... Oh, it's only 0.99 better. That's, yeah, we're gonna keep what we got. Alright, so, save a game. Oh, I totally forgot to remove items like the first time I played through this part. Yeah, it's not a common thing that people are aware of, but it's a way to get a little bit of extra stuff to sell or to put on another companion or something. Alright, so, when we get in here, open this. And there she is.
Well, well. What have we here? Are you a vulture, I wonder? A scavenger, poking amidst a corpse whose bones were long since cleaned? Or merely an intruder, come into these darkspawn-filled wilds of mine in search of easy prey? What say you, Scavenger or intruder?
Now this is Morrigan. Morrigan is a significant character in the Dragon Age series. She has her own post-game DLC as well for the first game. And regardless of your decisions in these two sections, like the main campaign and the post-game DLC, regardless of what you decide to do with her or to her, she does show up in Inquisition. So no matter what, she is coming back in Inquisition. Now, there's a little bit of lore for Morrigan that most people don't know of. So we're going to hear about how she's the Witch of the Wilds and blah, 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 blah. Morrigan has a sister. And she's also a mage. And she is actually never discussed directly in the video games. They mention a story about a witch in the north. And that's about the extent of it. And the Witch in the North in the books is actually Morrigan's sister. So it'd be interesting to see if in the fourth game if they're going to bring her into the storyline or not. But as of right now, she's just briefly mentioned as the Witch in the North. But in the books, she actually does have a sister that's up there.
'Tis a tower no longer. The wilds have obviously claimed this desiccated corpse. I have watched your progress for some time. Where do they go, I wondered? Why are they here? And now you disturb ashes none have touched for so long. Why is that?
Don't answer her. She looks chastened, and that means others may be nearby.
Oh, you fear barbarians will swoop down upon you.
Yes, swooping is bad.
She's a witch of the wilds, she is. She'll turn us into toads.
Witch of the wilds. Such idle fancies, those legends. Have you no minds of your own? You there. Elves are not frightened little boys. Tell me your name and I shall tell you mine.
And fun fact, Diablo 3, there's a main boss called the Maiden of Lust. She's the demon mother of succubuses in the Diablo lore. Is the same voice actress that's doing Morgan here. I am Fear, a pleasure to meet you. Because we're going to romance her.
Civil greeting, even here in the wilds. You may call me Morrigan. Shall I guess your purpose? You sought something in that chest? Something that is here no longer?
Here no longer. You stole them, didn't you? You're some kind of sneaky witch thief.
How very eloquent. How does one steal from dead men?
Quite easily, it seems. Those documents are Grey Warden property, and I suggest you return them.
I will not, for 'twas not I who removed them. Invoke a name that means nothing here any longer if you wish. I am not threatened.
LOL, I guess you didn't need to remove all the items so soon, but they make Morgan look dressed at least. Yeah, she's always scantily clad. But no, as far as the Jory and Davith goes, no, you actually need to remove them here because you lose access to their inventory after this.
'Twas my mother, in fact. There is a sensible request. I like you.
I'd be careful. First it's, I like you, but then zap. Frog time.
She'll put us all in the pot, she will. Just you watch.
If the pot's warmer than this forest, it'd be a nice change.
Follow me then, if it pleases you.
He'll make that comment even if he's fully armored.
Greetings, Mother. I bring before you 4 Grey Wardens who...
I see them, girl. Much as I expected.
Are we supposed to believe you were expecting us?
You are required to do nothing, least of all believe. Shut one's eyes tight or open one's arms wide. Either way, one's a fool.
She's a witch, I tell you. We shouldn't be talking to her.
Quiet, Davith. If she's really a witch, do you want to make her mad?
There is a smart lad. Sadly irrelevant to the larger scheme of things, but it is not I who decides. Believe what you will. And what of you? Does your elven mind give you a different viewpoint? What do you believe?
So Flemeth here, that's her name, is Flemeth, is a very significant character that regardless of what you do, she is in all 3 games. And she's super important. And every time we play the game, we get to see a little bit different versions of her or more abilities until the final game. And at the end of Inquisition, we actually get to see who she is. And it's a really interesting story arc. And I will say that she changes visibly, dramatically in the next 2 games. But it's for the better, for sure. We will be dealing with her during one of Morgan's quest lines that we're going to do. So that way you guys can see a unique feature for those who have missed it. Let's go. I'm not sure what I
A
to
statement
believe.
that possesses more wisdom than it implies. Be always aware. Or is it oblivious? I can never remember. So much about you is uncertain, and yet I believe. Do I? Why, it seems I do.
So this is a dreaded witch of the wilds.
Witch of the Wild, huh? Morrigan must have told you that. She fancies such tales, though she would never admit it. Oh, how she dances under the moon.
They did not come to listen to your wild tales, Mother.
True, they came for their treaties, yes? And before you begin barking, your precious seal wore off long ago. I have protected these.
You... Oh, you protected them.
And why not? Take them to your Grey Wardens and tell them this Blight's threat is greater than they realize.
She is such a mother figure, like a stereotypic parent figure when it comes to Morgan. Like, she is always trying to, like, throw in little things out there to give her, like, slight embarrassment, like the parental level of embarrassment, you know? They did such a wonderful job writing these characters in the first game. And we're going to say thank you because we're being polite.
Such manners. Always in the last place you look. Like stockings. Oh, do not mind me. You have what you came for.
Time for you to go, then.
Do not be ridiculous, girl. These are your guests.
Oh, very well. I will show you out of the woods. Follow me.
All right. Go over here. Very first thing is the dog.
The Mabari's stable for now, but not improving. Unless I get that herb I told you about, there's not much hope.
Is this the flower?
See. Yeah, that's exactly it. Wonderful. Give me a moment and I'll make this into an ointment. He looks better already. I'm sure he'd thank you himself if he could.
All right. And we're going to go with I prefer thanks in the form of payment. Now, here's the reason why we're going to do this. Yes, this is a dick decision to make. However, there's no negative consequences to doing this. And this does give you a little bit of extra free coin in the beginning.
Payment? Isn't it worth something to save a valiant hound's life?
And if you continue to push and you get your payment, you still get the dog later. So, it does not change anything.
I see. I have 50 silver. That's my own purse, and nothing more. I hope it'll suffice. Now I must get on to the task of taking care of the poor fella. It'll take a day or two for him to recover, I think. Thank you.
I did this. I felt terrible, but justified. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, we have the marker to open the chest, and there's no longer a mage standing here. We are not doing that. This is super important. If you have the Return to Ostigard DLC, do not open this chest. Leave it alone. Now, an important thing you do have to do here is you got to come back to this quartermaster here.
Again, is there something you need? Some supplies, perhaps?
Because now that we've gone to the wilds and we've come back, his regular inventory
Let me know what you'd like.
has another backpack. And this one is easy. These two backpacks here are easily missable. So, you want to make sure that you're making the point to go looking for them every time. Alright, so, let's clean up the regular, the rough level. And let's get rid, we got chainmail. Let's get rid of the scale mail. And let's think here. We're only going to need one set of chainmail, so we'll keep that. Got this. Good, good, good. Studded. Yep. Alright. Get rid of all this. We're going to keep the chase and flat blade. So, the chest that we opened that had the two-handed sword in it, it was the chase and flat blade. And what it does is it does the 1% melee critical chance and 1 armor penetration. And it's a tier 2. So we're going to keep that for a specific character we're going to run into in the next town we go to. Junk. Oh. Alright. Junk. Junk. Let's see, what does this do? If I remember correctly, the staffs that the mages you get start with are better than these anyways. So we're going to get rid of that. And we don't need the acid flasks. I personally do not keep lyrium potions. It gives me another source of income. But if you're playing a mage, you probably want to hold on to those. We're going to hold on to the crafting ingredients for now. The wolf pelts, we're going to sell 5 of them. We're going to keep 5 of them on hand because there is a quest later that we can use them in. Alright, so we're up to 9 gold now. So now let's take an opportunity here
Some supplies, perhaps.
to do the other goods option.
So long as you keep it quiet.
Because we can get the heavy chainmail now, that because they're each over a gold. We can get these and put them on Alistair and give him the soldier's helm too. And that'll give Alistair a nice boost to his defense. So like he's got the 9 and the 56 in the middle there with the helmet and the shield icons. So what we're going to do is we're going to alter that. And it goes up to 10. So it does provide more fatigue, but let's see here. We compared it to the splint mail we just took off of him. So the splint mail is 510 armor. This is 625. So it does do a noticeable amount improvement. So we're going to go ahead and keep that on him. That's why it's important to grab it here too, because it's a way to early access the heavy armor. Mud Idol, 10 to cold resistance. We will take it for now. Alright, so now that we've got...
Hello again. Is there something you need? Some supplies, perhaps?
The Emperor's finest reporting.
Hey, Sean. Thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, so now in here, we're going to keep the leather helmets, because we're going to need those for now. And we're going to get rid of the splint mail, because we have chainmail that does the same exact thing already, so we're going to keep that. Alright. Close this out, and that's about as clean as your inventory is going to get before you continue on. And again, do not open that chest. Leave it alone. How's Origins going? It is going fantastically. We're about to kick off the joining ritual in the battle. And we are going to be making some unique choices, because they're not the common ones. For example, we're going to make a unique choice with Alistair's ending that allows us to re-encounter him in later games in a specific way. There are people in the chat that haven't seen the other 2 games or haven't played them and haven't played this game, so I am minimizing major spoilers. I'll give some away, but not major ones. Alright, so let's do the level up for Alistair. Alistair's our tank. So our tank is going to need 3 different things. He needs Constitution, he needs Dexterity, and he needs Strength. So the very first things we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing the Strength to 22. We're going to jump the Dexterity up to 18. Now, Sustained Threat is going to be important for a tank because it is the taunt, essentially. So we're going to make sure that he gets that. Alright. And let's get ahead and turn this in.
So you returned from the wilds. Have you been successful?
We have.
Good. I've had the Circle mages preparing. With the blood you've retrieved, we can begin the joining immediately.
By the way, Sean, did you hear the good news on the updates for the next Dragon Age game? Like, I know that today they changed their name and they gave quite a few. I'm new to BioWare stuff. I know nothing about them until Legendary Edition. Now I'm hooked. Oh, okay. So, Dragon Age, the very first one. Best storyline ever. Second one, dramatic improvement in combat. And then they have a really interesting lore-heavy storyline between mages and Templars. And Quinari change, and they get introduced as, from going forward with 2, the way that the characters look is the way they stay for 3. And then 3 is amazing. We're not going to get too detailed into that. But they have the 4th one coming out. And the 4th one was originally called Dragon Age Dreadwolf. It is now, today, as of today, it was changed to Dragon Age the Veilguard. And the company has announced that on the 11th, they're going to announce information about it and release 15 minutes of gameplay. And if you have Xbox and you have the Xbox Companion app on your phone, you can look up Dragon Age the Veilguard. And when it pulls up, it'll actually have the option now to pre-download it to your console. So we are getting news, so that's why we're going through the trilogy and we're going through the relevant DLCs for the first game. The second and third game, we're doing all the DLCs, and we're going to be lore heavy focused so that everyone's brushed up on the storyline, who's who, how everything works for when Dragon Age the Veilguard comes out for release finally. And when that comes out, we will be playing that here as well. Only thing I heard, supposedly something happened at the Microsoft thing. Oh, there was going to at the Summer Game Fest, but the company came out and changed it to where they're doing it separately now, and they're doing it on the 11th. Alright, so let's do this.
Excellent. You will need that courage to face what comes next.
Courage? How much danger are we in?
I will not lie. We Grey Wardens pay a heavy price to become what we are. Fate may decree that you pay your price now, rather than later.
And real quick, if there's anybody has any lore questions whatsoever, let me know, and I will be happy to answer them. Now, I will say that we are not doing what the fan base considers to be the canon decisions for everything. We will be making canon decisions on certain parts, but there are other parts that we are going to vary from, because I think it gives us better insight to the lore, and that's the main focus of these runs right now. Alright, so I want to see this through. Let's do it.
I agree. Let's have it done.
Then let us begin. Alistair, take them to the old temple.
The more I hear about this joining, the less I like it.
Are you blubbering again?
Why all these damn tests? Have I not earned my place?
Maybe it's tradition. Maybe they're just trying to annoy you.
My favorite is Origins. DAI annoyed me, putting the true ending in the DLC. Yeah, I will say that the true ending in the DLC thing was kind of frustrating. But I gotta say that my biggest complaint that I had with Dragon Age Inquisition was the fact that you could easily max out before you were halfway through all the content on your level. And it was just like, they shouldn't have put a level cap, in my opinion. At least not if you're going to be done with your leveling halfway through the game, you know. But we'll get there. We'll get there. For sure. Because I prefer playing that game because of the combat mechanics, because it finally got to the point where I liked it. And then it gives us the options to like alter the appearance of the castles and have different cosmetic changes and alterations we can make. But we will definitely get to that one. I'm excited to get there. Especially because, for everyone, we will be doing a female elf. And I'm not sure if mage is required or not. We will check on that. But we are doing a female elf because we're going to romance the male elf companion. Which, again, not everyone knows his true identity. So we're not going to spoil that little piece of information. Alright, so yeah, I'm sorry, Jory's just like a coward the entire time, and he just makes poor life decisions. If he's such a coward, you really should have stayed home and not volunteered to be a knight or a Grey Warden.
I only know that my wife is in Highover with a child on the way. If they had warned me, it just doesn't seem fair.
Would you have come if they'd warned you? Maybe that's why they don't. The Wardens do what they must, right?
Including sacrificing us?
I'd sacrifice a lot more if I knew it would end the Blight.
Alright. Let's do you make a good point.
You saw those Darkspawns tonight. Wouldn't you die to protect your pretty wife from them?
I am...
Maybe you'll die. Maybe we'll all die. If nobody stops the Darkspawn, we'll die for sure.
I've just never faced a foe I could not engage with my blade.
At last, we come to the joining. The Grey Wardens were founded during the First Blight, when humanity stood on the verge of annihilation. So it was that the first Grey Wardens drank of Darkspawn blood and mastered their taint.
We're going to drink the blood of those creatures.
As the first Grey Wardens did before us, as we did before you. This is the source of our power and our victory.
Those who survive the joining become immune to the taint. We can sense it in the Darkspawn and use it to slay the Archdemon.
All right, let's get on with it then.
We speak
Do
only a few words prior to the joining, but these words have been said since the first. Alistair, if you would.
Join us, brothers and sisters. Join us in the shadows where we stand vigilant. Join us as we carry the duty that cannot be forsworn. And should you perish, know that your sacrifice will not be forgotten. And that one day, we shall join you.
Davith, step forward. Sorry, Davith. Step forward, Jory.
But I have a wife, a child. Had I known...
There is no turning back.
No, you ask too much. There is no glory in this.
I am sorry. But the joining is not yet complete. You are called upon to submit yourself to the taint for the greater good. From this moment forth, you are a Grey Warden. It is finished. Welcome.
2 more deaths. In my joining, only one of us died, but it was horrible. I'm glad at least one of you made it through.
How do you feel?
Alright, let's get caught up on chat. Who are you going to romance? So, I am going to romance Morrigan. I know that's the canon decision. But the reason we're doing it is because there's a post-game DLC for Origins that if you don't romance her, it doesn't make as much sense. So, we're definitely going to do that one. And if you romance a surviving character like Liliana or Morrigan, in Inquisition, your character comes up on the war table where you can send out one of your 3 advisors to go do a quest and you get some rewards from it. So that's the other reason why we're going to be romancing a survivable character. And then let's see. My runs, the cup never shows up on the table. I don't know if that's a glitch or if it's because you don't have a specific DLC, because there's the Return to Ostagar DLC, and when we come back to this place we can actually get the cup for the joining. So I don't know if it's because of that or not. I do know there's a lot of this game that doesn't work the way it's supposed to anymore because the servers have been shut off. So there are those super common glitches now, and it's an older game that has not been updated for the current generation of consoles or whatever system you're running on. It's really outdated, and they never brought it back up to speed. I'm sorry, this guy is a moron pulling a weapon. That's fair. Like, the dude was a coward. He complained and cried about every little thing. It's like, man, you made poor life decisions. If you're that afraid and you want to live, go be a baker, man. Don't be a knight, and don't volunteer for Grey Warden service during the time of blights. Grey Warden's a life sentence, period. As soon as you say you're going to join, as soon as you get introduced to the joining ritual, that's it. It's a done deal. Like, you're either surviving the ritual and then dying in service to the Grey Wardens, or you're dying during the ritual in service to Grey Wardens. Either way, you are dying in service. So, like, make better life choices, bud.
Did you have dreams? I had terrible dreams after my joining.
Such dreams come when you begin to sense the Darkspawn, as we all do. That and many other things can be explained in the months to come.
Before I forget, there is one last part to your joining. We take some of that blood and put it in a pendant. Something to remind us of those who didn't make it this far.
Take some time. When you're ready, I'd like you to accompany me to a meeting with the king.
All right, very well.
The meeting is to the west, down the stairs. Please attend as soon as you're able.
All right. I always romance Morgan. Honestly, for me, it's either Morrigan or it's Liliana, because those are the only two that actually make sense, long story-wise, over all of the games. Alright. Check the necklace. 2 to Constitution. Yeah, we'll take the Constitution. And we got the longsword that Jory used. And our inventory is currently sitting at 28 out of 90. Yeah, so we're solid. We don't need to clean up anything. We're good to go. LOL, I bet you don't need to take time to mourn them. Who do you think you're gonna show up in the new game? All companions or important show back up? Varric will definitely show up. Cassandra is probably gonna show up. In what capacity Cassandra shows up, I don't know. I have my suspicions. Liliana will probably show up. Cullen will definitely show up. If Dorian does not show up, I will be extremely disappointed. Because Dorian is Tevinter, and he's a major person in their government, and we're going to Tevinter. So if he doesn't show up, I will be super disappointed. And if you have Dorian, I really hope they bring Iron Bull back, because their romance story arc is amazing. It's the best one ever written. And I would like to see Fenris come back from the second game, because he was a Tevinter slave elf imbued in lyrium and was pretty pissed off about being a slave and hated mages. So it'd be nice to see him come back too. So far, they found a way to keep Alistair in all 3 games, so I would assume Alistair would come back as well. And Alistair's mother would be a mistake not to bring her into it, because you brought her into the games in the third one, so it would be important to bring Alistair's mother in to continue his storyline. I'm hoping Sten will show up. That would make sense. I don't know if Sten will show up, because Sten is a title and then they changed the way he looked. we never really learned Sten's real name, and that was so that's another issue with him, is like he's a write-offable character because of the fact they don't look like him anymore, and they never told us his name. So at this point, again, do not open this chest. Ignore the chest. It's very, very, very important. Do not do it. Alright, so let's just go straight to the meeting. We'll save the game here so we don't have to go through all those cutscenes again. Alright, let's push through.
Loghain, my decision is final. I will stand by the Grey Wardens in this assault.
You risk too much, Kalen. The Darkspawn Horde is too dangerous for you to be playing hero on the front lines.
If that's the case, perhaps we should wait for the Orlesian forces to join us after all.
I must repeat my protest to your fool notion that we need the Orlesians to defend ourselves.
It is not a fool notion. Our arguments with the Orlesians are a thing of the past, and you will remember who is king.
How fortunate Marek did not live to see his son ready to hand Ferelden over to those who enslaved us for a century.
Then our current forces will have to suffice, won't they? Duncan, are your men ready for battle?
They are, Your Majesty.
And this is the recruit I met earlier on the road? I understand congratulations are in order.
I want Morgan to come back, but her story seemed to be tied up in the... So Morgan is one of the fan base's favorite characters. So she'll definitely be back. It's just a question of in what capacity. As far as her story being tied up, we're gonna do a version where it leaves it open for her to have a brand new story arc. And I'll explain it when we get to it. But there is a way, there's certain decisions you can make that could be canon, depending on what choices they make in the next game, that do leave her open for a brand new storyline. So, alright, so let's continue this right here. Now I will say, because she's always done the role, and I gotta see I wonder if she got cast again, because if she got cast as part of the voice cast at all, Morgan's back, because her voice is too iconic for it not to be any, for her to be any other character in Dragon Age other than Morgan. Kind of like Diablo, she's the Maiden of Lust, so for her to play any other character in that series would be a mistake, because her voice is too iconic.
Every Grey Warden is needed now. You should be honored to join their ranks.
Your fascination with glory and legends will be your undoing, Kalen. We must attend to reality.
Fine. Speak your strategy. The Grey Wardens and I draw the Darkspawn into charging our lines, and then?
You will alert the tower to light the beacon, signaling my men to charge from cover.
To flank the Darkspawn, I remember. This is the Tower of Ishal in the ruins, yes? Well, who shall light this beacon?
I have a few men stationed there. It's not a dangerous task, but it is vital.
Then we should send our best. Send Alistair and the new Grey Warden to make sure it's done.
And Sean, I'm not sure how much of the lore you're into for Dragon Age, but the whole Loghain having a hatred for the Elysians, there's a prequel book series that actually covers him and Merrick's meeting and their rise to taking over Ferelden. It is an awful series. I'm going to forewarn you right now. They are an awful book series. They're just poorly written, surprisingly. But there is that lore available. And there's actually quite a bit of lore in the books that the games don't touch on, but they find a way to incorporate when necessary, like Alistair's mother is one of them.
You rely on these Grey Wardens too much. Is that truly wise?
Enough of your conspiracy theories, Loghain. Grey Wardens battle the Blight no matter where they're from.
Your Majesty, you should consider the possibility of the Archdemon appearing.
There have been no signs of any dragons in the wilds.
Isn't that what your men are here for, Duncan?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, the tower and its beacon are unnecessary. The
We
circle
will
of
not
Magi...
trust any lives to your spells, mage. Save them for the Darkspawn.
Enough. This plan will suffice. The Grey Wardens will light the beacon.
Thank you, Loghain. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
Yes, Galen. A glorious moment for us all.
You heard the plan. You and Alistair will go to the Tower of Ishal and ensure the beacon is lit.
What? I won't be in the battle.
This is by the King's personal request, Alistair. If the beacon is not lit, Tern Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
So he needs 2 Grey Wardens standing up there holding the torch, just in case, right?
I'm more into Mass Effect lore than Dragon Age. Oh, I love the Mass Effect series. I'm super apprehensive of what the next game's gonna be because of how they treated the fan base during Andromeda. Because they left Andromeda on a cliffhanger and then turned around and said they would not be supporting any DLC and they were only going to support the multiplayer. So I'm hoping that it goes back to the Shepard trilogy style and care for the story, but we'll see. The King is an idiot, lol. Well, okay, so I discussed this earlier. From my own military background, the King reminds me of a lieutenant. A brand new lieutenant, fresh out of college, that wants the glory and honor and to go prove themselves. Like, they know the information, but they are so boyishly excited and eager to prove themselves in battle that they disregard facts and information, and what the decisions and actions they do will have an impact on the larger picture of things. So in that regard, he reminds me a lot like a lieutenant. He knows the stuff. He knows how to do it right. He's just so overeager to prove himself that he's disregarding it. All right, let's go.
Yes, so am I.
You'll need to cross the gorge and head through the gate and up to the tower entrance. From the top, you'll overlook the entire valley.
Because the other thing is, like, if you talk to him, like, you go and you see the King with the different various races, with the different various backgrounds, he's obviously extremely cultured and intelligent because he has something unique to say that's specific to each person's starting story. And he's very well spoken. And they have him very controlled as far as his anger emotions and things of that nature go. But again, it's just that over-eager boyishness that he has. All right, sounds easy enough. Let's do it.
When the time is right, Alistair will know what to look for.
I know what I have to do. Let's go.
Then I must join the others. From here, you two are on your own. Remember, you are both Grey Wardens. I expect you to be worthy of that title.
Duncan, may the Maker watch over you.
May he watch over us all.
All right, run away. So let's go pick up some more people to play with and watch this big battle cutscene play out. This is still like one of the stupidest tactics ever. You should put everybody on the back side of the bridge and have big giant boulders that you push down right when the attacking Darkspawn get to the front of the bridge, collapse on top of the front line and create a blockade, and then just rain missiles from like ballistas, catapults, arrows, mages, just rain hell down on top of them in a big giant kill zone. That would have been the proper answer.
Of course it will. The blight ends here.
But this is dumb. Such a military blunder. I love that they put that little gesture in there, because that's important. I'll explain after. Actually, I'll explain right now. So, when you're in battle, I've been in my own fair share in real life, but when you're in battle, like, there is a certain level of fear that just everybody has. However, when you get to see your buddies to your left and your right, that's usually enough to, like, make that fear not take over and allow you to do your job, right? And have that confidence, have that appearance of bravery and courage. But everyone's got that. It's just your buddies to your left and right, you don't want to let them down. And that's what ends up giving people the strength and courage they need to do the job. You didn't even use your archers. You are dumb. Dumb. Biggest military blunders ever. Do you think vets helped with this game? If they did, they weren't combat vets. If there are any veterans that worked on this project when it was being made, it would have probably been like support MOSs, not anybody that would have had combat experience or command experience for that matter. Because like that's such a basic thing right there. It's like just drop some rocks and you're good, man. And you always soften the front lines with missiles first before you send in your front melee troops, and then you use like the dogs. Dogs are a great shock force to break a line if you are charging, but you use them like so that right when they hit the line, your infantry can come in right behind them, and it helps essentially soften the line so the infantry can do the rest of the work to push through. And honestly, if you have mages, just erect shields everywhere. And then use artillery and archers and whatever mages aren't using shields just to rain hell down on them and just keep them contained in like a little kill box. Alright, so we're going to walk around. We're going to double check there's no extra loot here. Well, maybe they were consulted and ignored. I'm curious though. I mean, that's possible. There has been a number of projects of video games in the past or movies in the past where vets consult and then they disregard it for what's cool. And but I will say that the one game that they didn't disregard veteran input on was the Medal of Honor game that came out for Xbox 360. Yeah, the first Medal of Honor game that came out for Xbox 360. I was in the army when that happened, and they ended up getting vets from the special forces teams that were part of the invasion of Afghanistan initially to be the advisors on the team, and they wrote a story based on the invasion of Afghanistan. And it actually ended up getting banned from being sold on military bases because it was the soldiers were claiming to get better training and understanding of enemy tactics and mindsets and where our weaknesses were and where the enemy's weaknesses and strengths were from the video game than they were from their actual military training, and it was making the some of the soldiers sympathize with the enemy's perspective because they could understand what the game had portrayed them as. So as a result, it actually got banned on military bases because it was too realistic and useful, and it was deterring from from soldiers wanting to follow the set training from Big Army.
You're Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower.
It was a really weird time.
What are you talking about, man? Taken how? The Darkspawn came up through the lower chambers. They're everywhere. Most of our men are dead.
Then we have to get to the beacon and light it ourselves.
I do have to say Logan was right to pull out. This was no way to win this battle. That's true. However, he had a duty and an obligation as the general and the father of the queen to, at very minimum, recover his king. He did have that duty and obligation, and he failed in that regard. But tactically, he did make the tactically sound decision because you couldn't win this. But he still shirked his duty in the regards of not recovering covering his king's remains. Alright, we're gonna wrap around here. And get this guy. Sure, we'll just skip the guy next to us. Gotta love auto-targeting. Alright, so let's do the loot thing real quick. Alright, looty loot loot. One soldier survived. Woo! Alright, bud, let's go. There we go. All of you focus on me. Alright, one of the soldiers survived. Woo! It absolutely does nothing to have soldiers survive, other than if enemies happen to get close enough to them, they'll help you. But there is no reward for doing it. Disappointingly. And they don't follow you, which is another disappointment, because it's like, that would have been a perfect opportunity to like temporarily increase your party. It's like, if you can get there fast enough and kill them fast enough, these dudes will follow you until they die. Alright. Got the loot. Let's come down here and finish looting down here. Wrap around this here. Da-da-da-da-da. Everything's good. Alright. And again, we'll be visiting all of these places again when we come back for the Return to Ostagar DLC. What BioWare should have done with the Legendary Edition people line up and throw money in BioWare and to get the remastered of this. Yeah. Honestly, they should just remaster the entire series into one bundled collection. That's ideally what you would want, is give me all 3 games in a bundle, remastered, and brought up to next-gen specs. Woo! We're gonna disarm that. And again, you don't have to do the full animations. You just got to engage with it, and then it'll do the rest for you. So, the very first dude we got to put down is the Emissary. Haha, pinned you, buddy. There we go. The Emissary is the one that can do the most damage. So you definitely want to take him down because he's got the elemental stuff that he can call on. And your health will automatically regenerate outside of combat, so we don't have to really worry about doing none of that. Up to a certain point, it'll go full as long as you stay out of combat. As soon as you re-enter combat, it stops the healing. Let's see, he was in the army, my nephew just got into the Marines. Very cool. Yeah, I was in the army. I was in the 173rd Airborne Brigade. It's a tier 3 paratrooper unit out of Europe. And I was an infantryman, and I did multiple tours in Afghanistan. Alright. Knock them down. Alistair's threatened. Woo! So no matter what class you choose, you're always going to get a one-handed weapon and shield warrior tower guard, and you're always going to get a mage tower guard. So regardless of what class you pick, those two are always the same.
I have finished.
So if you're one of those that are like playing on the hardest difficulties and need the perfect party every time, you may want to take that into account. All right.
As you desire, so I shall. Delighted, as you desire.
So what is your nephew doing in the Marine Corps? Does he have his MOS assigned yet?
Of course.
Hey now!
I have done it.
See, like a rogue is a perfect complement to play here because none of your companions at this point are rogues, so all these locked chests you won't be able to access if you personally are not a rogue. So that's another reason like the rogue is kind of the best choice overall for the player to become.
Maker's breath. What are these Darkspawn doing ahead of the rest of the Horde? There wasn't supposed to be any resistance here.
Moment for sarcasm. You could try telling them they're in the wrong place.
Right, because clearly this is all just a misunderstanding. We'll laugh about this later. At any rate, we need to hurry. We need to get up to the top of the tower and light the signal fire in time. Taron Logain will be waiting for the signal.
Alright, so the trick here to this area is you open one set of doors first before going past them into the main hall. Because this limits the amount of enemies that are going to be thrown at you simultaneously. So you can take these two out here. And then what you're going to do is you're going to come straight across and hit this door. And take these two. Alright. And you come down here and you can go through this door. Little sparkly thing for 50 experience points. A locked chest. And then these ballistas. Check them out. So you can sit there and just continually launch ballistas at them if you wanted. The only downside is you can't aim them. So it's just a straight line. Woo! But yeah, so that's a little trick because if you run straight past these doors before opening them, they will attack you. The 4 that are in the 2 rooms will come out behind you, and you don't get access to the ballistas immediately. So if you take the 2 side doors first and then come around, you can use the ballistas to at least buy you a window of time to get a little bit of extra damage points in. So that's the best route to take. Alright, and then in here, kill these guys. Alright. Looty loot loot. Another locked chest. Alright. He made the mistake of letting the Marines pick job instead of him choosing. They put him in supply before he joined. He talked about Marine Recon. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Well, let me think here. He's in supply, so... I mean, when he's got... Oh, I don't know what the current Marine cutoff date is, but I think it's like when you're when you got a year left on your contract. He'd have to double check because the branches are changing that all the time. But it's like when he's got a year left, he can change his job again. And if he was interested in recon, I wouldn't recommend going directly to recon. And what I would recommend doing is going to something like MARSOC, which is the special forces of the Marines. So they're going to be used way more carefully, and they're going to get way better training and way better equipment. So if he's interested in recon, I would go that route. I would go to MARSOC, because that would be the best route to give him the biggest advantages possible. But he'll be able to change that when he's got a year left on his contract. He can re-enlist and request the school as part of his contract. But again, that'll be the safest, best place to be if he's interested in that type of work. At least in that branch. And if he does get into MARSOC, all the people with him are the best the Marine Corps has to offer. So that's another plus to being in MARSOC. Alright, so this room right here. Save the game before you open this door. Okay? We've gone up. This is the second flight of stairs. We just came in through here. We fight this little room. And what we're going to do is we're going to open this door. Now your directional pad, if you push up on the directional buttons, it'll cycle through what's auto-selected, and that's going to be important for this room. So we got all these enemies, and we're going to run past them, and we want this cage release immediately, because then the dogs come out and they help you. Alright. Now there is another little thing with the dogs.
I have done it.
Is that if when the battle ends, they are close enough to this side of the room, you can actually drag them into a couple more fights. So like let these guys come out. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Run, 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 run. We need to drag the dogs in. Come on. There we go. Oh, so close. There we go. See? Now the dogs are back in the fight. And there they go. So it's another way to get little helpers that are actually like super tanky. But again, you got to hit that cage release in the beginning, and you got to try to get them as close to this side of the room as possible to be able to drag them into these fights. Alright. Finish looting these rooms, and before we go to the next section. Oh, you subscribed. Thank you. Definitely appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is awesome. Alright, so we got this last little section here. Loot all of this, and what we're going to do is we're going to do two things. We're going to level up Alistair and our character, and we're also going to check inventory before we go into this. Actually, let's see the map. Yeah, let's go into this final room and then we'll do it. Oh no, I turned the wrong thing off. Ah, there we go. That's what I wanted. You, bud, let's pin you. There we go. Loot. Another lock chest. So that's 3 lock chests we've run into inside of the tower. So that's 3 reasons to have a rogue. Alright, so let's come around here. And let's do this level up stuff. So Alistair, bud. we need to give you more strength. And we need to open up more combat passives for you. And we are going to see if we can find another. Let's see, overpowered's nice, but we want the shield balance. So we're going to go here to start and do ours. And we still need a ton of dexterity. And we've got enough cunning, so we don't need to add any more there. So we're going to take this. Actually, we need this one right here. Because these would have been locked otherwise. Alright, let's see. Do we have enough for this? So by level 8, we need to have 18 cunning to get this one. So we got to keep that in mind for when we're leveling up now. We want to do critical shot. And what we're going to do is we're going to assign critical shot now to this front one. Now that we got that done, let's check equipment. Okay, trash, trash, trash. Trash, trash. Let's go to us and check the bow. See the short bow. 550, 360, 21. This is 6, 1, 4, 35. We're gonna go with the longbow. Trash. Oh wait, we can put the big bow on now. Woo! All right. I know Marine Recon is badass. I would have done that if I was able. I was born with a birth defect, so that didn't happen. But he's my nephew, and I heard people died during Marine Recon selection. Never mind active combat. Yeah. Honestly, if the troops do exactly what they're supposed to do in training, nothing will go wrong 99% of the time. Sometimes there is equipment failures. Very rare does equipment failures happen in training that cost life or limb or eyesight. But most of the deaths that take place in training settings is because the recruits didn't do the things they were supposed to do. You know, like you will commonly hear about deaths during summertime in Georgia. And a lot of that is because they're not hydrating. They're not drinking water and salting their food. And they're going out and they're just sucking down energy drinks or drinking liquor. Or they're just laying around and sleeping in basic training and not actually drinking the water they're supposed to be drinking. You know, so like a majority of the deaths that do happen are preventable if the recruits just follow what they're supposed to follow. And a lot of them don't. And it sucks. But I've been through quite a few schools and different trainings that the military offered, and that was always the consistent thing, was whenever there was a casualty, it was something that was preventable. And they found out during whatever investigations they do afterwards that it's usually the recruit's fault that they failed to follow the directions they were given or failed to maintain the standards that would have ensured their safety. But again, equipment failure does happen, but it's usually in like parachute training accidents and things like that. But casualties during training is rare. Alright, so let's take a look here. So we got more rough helmets. We know that these ones are trash, so let's get rid of that. So we got more of the cured leather. We only actually need one. No, let's see. We need two unless we get the cinder gloves. Okay, so we don't need a studded leather. We got the cured studded leather. Okay, so we're good on the... Oh. We only need one chainmail. Alright, so that is a good count currently for the companions we will be getting and what they will need. Alright. So now that all of that's good, let's save. Reactivate rapid shot. Top floor. Here we go. Come on, bud, let's fight. Fun fact. This version of the the orgs, or whatever they're called, this version of them, there's a statue of it in Mass Effect 2 in the Kasumi Thief DLC. There's actually a statue of it. And they make a comment about, imagine encountering that in a dark alleyway. Okay, so let's knock that down. Let's do some crippling. And then let's do our critical too. In the day. Alright, so now at this point, before you light the fire, this is super important here. This part's not important. The next part is. So we're going to do our standard of stripping the companions of what they got. Let's see. Why is this? Oh, because we're in junk. That's why. Alright, so let's take that off. Take that off. Remember to swap weapons to get the crossbow. Go and take the armor. Go to the circle mage. Do the same thing. Oh, come on. Wrong buttons. Circle mage. Staff. Make sure they don't have secondaries. Mages usually never do. So you want to make sure you loot. Super important because that's a decent shield right there. The other thing you want to do is you want to come over here because there's some barrels you can grab. Now once you've stripped those two companions, you've looted the things, then you go ahead and light it.
Sound the retreat.
But what about the king? Should we not
do as I command?
See? She knew the duty, which was you have to recover the king. Dead or alive, you have to recover the king.
Pull out! All of you, let's move!
Now, for those who don't know the significance of it, the king is symbolic. The person who is the king is irrelevant on whether we keep them alive or not. Kings come and go. But the symbol of the king is what's important, which is why the symbol of the king must always be maintained. And this is how every Skyrim guard is created. I used to be an adventurer like you, till I took an arrow in the knee.
Ah, your eyes finally open. Mother shall be pleased.
The girl from the wilds.
I am Morrigan, lest you have forgotten, and we are in the wilds where I am bandaging your wounds. You are welcome, by the way. How does your memory fare? Do you remember Mother's rescue?
I remember being overwhelmed by Darkspawn.
Mother managed to save you and your friend, though 'twas a close call. What is important is that you both live. The man who was to respond to your signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well.
You know what BioWare I'm becoming addicted to, surprisingly, is... I avoid the MMO part. Did you ever play Knights of the Old Republic? Because Knights of the Old Republic, if I remember correctly, 1 and 2, the Star Wars game, kind of, way in the future, touches on those storylines and kind of partially continues them, if I remember correctly. You should. They're pretty good games. They're old games, super old games, but they are really good. Alright, I need to get out of here. Let's go.
As you like. Mother is outside with your friend. She wished to see you when you awoke.
And in my opinion, it also, in the first Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, it covers the most important person in the Star Wars lore as far as their history, the way things are, the reason things are the way they are, and that's Darth Revan. The character of Darth Revan in hard lore is probably the most important and influential character to ever be a Sith or a Jedi. Alright, thank you for helping me.
You were welcome. Though Mother did most of the work, I am no healer.
Alright, I will go then.
I will stay and make something to eat.
Alright, so now we do the looty loot. Now this chest we can't open just yet. We will come back later as part of a storyline and we will open it then.
See, here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much, young man.
You're alive. I thought you were dead for sure.
They should make a movie about movies. There's 3. They absolutely could. Absolutely. I know that there's a... In case you don't know, Dragon Age Inquisition, after the game's done, there's a cartoon series that they have going on with some of the characters from the game. It's on Netflix. I don't know if it's going to be tied into any of the story stuff for the 4th game, but I do know that it is available and it has characters from the game. From the 2nd game, specifically, and the 3rd game, if I remember correctly. Not thanks to Morgan's mother.
This doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you? You've never told us your name?
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Daveth was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well, has it not?
However, I will say this, though. They could not do the movies on the following the characters from the games. They would have to be present in the story, but it would have to be a completely different storyline from the video games that's taking place concurrently with the video games. So that way it doesn't change any of the players' choices. It doesn't make the players feel like there's only one right choice, because there's a fan understood what we believe to be canon, but there's not a hard, this is the only choices here. And I think if they followed the actual game storylines, it would take away a lot of that from the fan base. So I think it would be better to take like a different group of people that are going through during the same time the video games are taking place. So that way you get the reoccurring characters that we all know and we're familiar with, but it gives them the creative freedom for the story. Alright. I suppose we should thank you.
If you know what
Remember,
is
we're
good
being
for
polite.
you, I suppose you should.
There's a reason for that, and we will explain it in the third game. But there is a reason for that. We need to stop the Blight.
We need to bring Loghain to judgment. Why would he do this?
Now that is a good question. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat.
The Archdemon.
Then we need to find the Archdemon.
By ourselves? No Grey Warden has ever defeated a Blight without the army of a half-dozen nations at his back. Not to mention... I don't know how.
How to kill the Archdemon, or how to raise an army? It seems to me those are two different questions, Have the Wardens no allies these days?
I don't know. Duncan said that the Grey Wardens of Orlais had been called, and Al Eamon would never stand for this, surely.
I really dislike Alistair. He whines too much. Yeah, so... He does whine excessively, I will give you that, absolutely. But I will say that he's got some of the funnier, sarcastic commentary and banter and conversation pieces you can have. So that alone makes him kind of fun to keep around for those reasons. And the other fact is that he's a character you're going to, depending on your choice in the first game, obviously, you're going to see him in the second game, and you're going to see him again in the third game. And it's interesting to see how he matures, but maintains his sarcasm wit as the games progress. Alright, so perhaps we could go and get him then.
I suppose. Al Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. Of course, we could go to Redcliffe and appeal to him for help.
Yep, he does. Him and Morgan banter is amazing. Oh yeah, they are. That and Oghren. Oghren with Wynn or Oghren with Morrigan. The Oghren is just hilarious. Oghren, hands down, is my favorite character, and I really hope they do bring him back. Surely there are other allies we could call on.
Of course, the treaties. Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arl Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
Why not? Isn't it what Grey Wardens do? I mean, like, that's pretty much the job description. I'm just throwing that out there.
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens.
As ready as we'll ever be. Nope, we're gonna go with yes. Thank you for everything. Because again, we're going to be polite for her, and it will make sense later, I promise.
No, thank you. You are the Grey Wardens here, not I. Now, before you go, there is yet one more thing I can offer you.
The stew is bubbling, Mother dear. Shall we have 2 guests for the eve, or none?
The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining them.
Such a shame. What?
You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears.
Alright, I think it's an excellent idea.
Have I no say in this?
You have
Actually,
been
no.
itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
So regardless of what you choose, this is one of those that the character is forced to follow you, and it is important because she's plays significant roles throughout the storyline. Alright. Very well.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower.
Point taken.
Mother, this is not how I wanted this.
I'm not even ready.
You must be ready. Alone, these two must unite for Eldon against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the Blight. Even I
understand.
And you, Wardens, do you understand? I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed.
All right, I understand.
Allow me to get my things, if you please.
Woo!
I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the Wilds as our first destination. It is not far, and you will find much you need there. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours.
We're gonna go with... I think we should just get underway because it's a nice neutral. And I really don't want to deal with their relationship stuff until we can get to our private camp and we can get all the gifts we need.
Farewell, Mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut.
Bah! 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the Blight.
All I meant was...
Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear.
Alright. So now that we've got Morrigan... Let's come on over here, yeah. So she's got a steel one, so that's already significantly better than the magic staff. Alright. And we are going to give her the Enchanter's Footing, which gives her 6 defense. We're going to give her the 3 physical resistance, some leather gloves, and down here at the bottom, we've got this from a DLC, so we're going to go ahead and give her this as well. And then we're going to give her the sash, because it increases her spell power and willpower. She's not a blood mage, we're not making her a blood mage. But we're going to go ahead and put that one on. So now we've got her set up, and she's actually got a pretty decent start. Junk all this. We only need 1. And we need both of those helmets. Guess we should change out Alistair's shield real quick. So this one that we picked up off of the ogre that we killed in the tower, it gives you the 4 spell resistance and a chance to avoid missile attacks, which him being the tank and threatening everybody to try to get them to focus on him, this is super important because he can only engage in melee, so while he's tied up, the archers and mages can really hurt him. So this will increase his survivability. And then we can get rid of this Templar shield, which is our first hint that he's a Templar. The second one is if you come over here and you actually look at the symbols. I know it's hard to tell because you can't go over and select them. But the blue sword icon indicates that he's a Templar. The sword and shield icon indicates he's a warrior. Alright. So let's save the game. Alright, and we are hitting our 4-hour mark. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a brief pause. I'm going to have some smoke. We'll be right back, and we will continue this, and we'll pick it up with us going into Lothering. Which, fun fact, Lothering is the village you start out in the second game. And the game starts as soon as the Grey Warden leaves the village of Lothering. That's where the second game starts. Fun fact. Alright, so take a pause real quick and we will be back. Please stick around. Alright, we're back. So, let's get on over to Lothering.
And I expect each of you to supply these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly. There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this Darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Your Lordship, if I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Honora's regent, and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good. But what of the army lost at Ostagar? Your withdrawal was most fortuitous.
Everything I have done has been to secure Ferelden's independence. I have not shirked my duty to the throne, and neither will any of you!
The Banorn will not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this. I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone.
Bantegan, please!
Your Majesty, your father risks civil war. If Eamon were here...
Bantegan, my father is doing what is best.
Did he also do what was best for your husband, Your Majesty?
Again, that's symbolism. You can't leave the king behind, dead or alive. You have to recover him. And here's the dog. Alright, let's do it, bud.
More darkspawn.
Alright, last one. Alright, so we're gonna pet the hound.
I think he was out there looking for you. He's chosen you. Mabari are like that. They call it imprinting.
Does this mean we're going to have this mangy beast following us about now? Wonderful.
He's not mangy.
Alright. We're gonna do the top one because, well, the dog's cool. You gotta have a dog in every game. We're gonna do a little tribute here. This is not the original, but this is a tribute. Dog meat. Probably the most well-known dog in video games. Dog meat. Think, how many games has Dog Meat been in? 1, 2, 3, 4. He's been in 4 different video games.
Wake up, gentlemen. More travelers to attend to. Led by an elf, of all things.
They don't look much like them others, you know. Maybe we should just let these ones pass.
Nonsense. Greetings, travelers.
Highwaymen, preying on those fleeing the Darkspawn, I suppose.
They are fools to get in our way. I say, teach them a lesson.
Now, is that any way to greet someone? A simple 10 silvers and you're free to move on.
You should listen to your friend. We're not refugees.
What did I tell you? No wagons, and this one looks armed.
The toll applies to everyone, Heinrich. That's why it's a toll, and not, say, a refugee tax.
Oh, right. Even if you're no refugee, you still gotta pay.
So, we're gonna go... Forget it, I'm not paying.
Well, I can't say I'm pleased to hear that. We have rules, you know.
Right. We get to ransack your corpse then. Those are the rules.
And then we do intimidate. So do you really want to fight a Grey Warden?
Did he say he's a Grey Warden? Them ones killed the king.
Traitors to Ferelden, I hear. Tern Loghain put quite a bounty on any who are found.
But are them Grey Wardens good? I mean, really good? Good enough to kill a king?
You have a point. Well, let's forget about the toll. We'll just leave you to your Darkspawn fighting, king-killing ways.
And then we're going to do the persuade option here, which is, the Grey Wardens could use a donation.
You don't say.
They is really good, boss. Remember?
Well, yes. 20 silvers? That's all we've collected today.
So, we're going to go an excellent donation. Thank you.
Then take it. Do enjoy your stay in Lothering and all that. Oh, back, are you? I thought we settled things nice and amicably with you wardens.
And then we are going to go with... I changed my mind on clearing you out because we get the XP and the stuff we get to loot off them. And they're bad guys.
Let's collect that bounty then.
Couldn't we all just get along? No?
Hit him with the critical. Break his armor now. Boom.
All right.
That's
we
a
surrender.
lot of blood.
We're just trying to get by before the Darkspawn get us all.
This is a shot. This shoddy operation is pathetic. I could do better.
Right. I guess so. I'm sorry.
I really wish that this was actually a real option. That would be hilarious. And then just like, well, Grey Wardens need to replenish our ranks. Hey, guys. Follow my lead. I could use some soldiers.
You're joking, right? I could never be a soldier.
So, hand over everything you've stolen.
Yes, of course. The coins we collected are right here. Just over 100 silvers. The rest is in the chests we brought. I swear.
Okay. Now, as long as you don't let them go away, you can finish this fight. So we're going to choose this one of I'm turning you into the authorities.
There aren't any. Just the Templars, and they'll execute me.
And which is why all the reason why they now need to die, because they knew what the consequences of their actions were, and they chose to do them anyway. So, consequences have actions, bud. And you knew about them. And they'll do what they must. Come with me.
I'm not going down without a fight.
Of course.
And one more hit drops him, and then you just kill the rest.
All right.
What a shame.
Delighted.
You will learn to fear me.
Boom. There's that one. Alright, so then we got all the XP for that. And then we get to do the looty loot thing. So we got 120 silver off of them prior to fighting them. And then we get to turn around and loot all their corpses, which all had gold on it too. Make sure you loot the Templar Knight, dude. And then you come back over here and you get all the stuff that they stole that are in the crates. And you're good to go. Now you've gotten everything you can possibly get out of them.
Well, there it is. Lothering. Pretty as a painting.
Ah, so you have finally decided to rejoin us, have you? Falling on your blade in grief seemed like too much trouble, I take it.
Is my being upset so hard to understand? Have you never lost someone important to you? Just what would you do if your mother died?
Before or after I stopped laughing.
Right, very creepy. Forget I asked.
Alright. What did you want to talk about, Alistair?
His navel, I suspect. He certainly has been contemplating it for long enough.
Oh, I get it. This is the part where we're shocked to discover how you've never had a friend your entire life.
I can be friendly when I desire to. Alas, desiring to be more intelligent does not make it so.
Anyway, I thought we should talk about where we intend to go first.
They have some awesome banter, for sure. Alright, I'll figure it out. Let's just get going.
Well, we'll need to decide eventually. Let's head into the village when you're ready.
Because the way that I want to handle it is I'm going to go knock out the dwarf stuff first. So that's where we're going, Ozamire first. Alright, so we talked to this dude first. And then, do you know about the bandits outside the village?
Thieves prey on the unfortunate whenever they get the chance. We've had refugees streaming from the south for the last 2 days. The Chantry and Tavern are full to bursting. There simply isn't enough food to go around, and we Templars can barely keep order. You'll be better off elsewhere, my friend.
Alright, thanks for the warning.
Best of luck wherever you might go.
So right over here, this elf family, after you've dealt with the bandits, you can talk to them.
Greetings to you, good sir. If it isn't too much to ask, might you spare some bread or anything?
You ask him what happened.
We thought it would be safer in Lothering, that the Terran would bring his soldiers here. But bandits attacked us and took everything. Our food, our clothes, my daughter's pet lamb. Nobody cares about a few elves like us. Surely you understand.
So, none of those things were things we looted. So they should all still be there in theory. So we're going to tell them, I met those bandits and they're dead now.
You killed them?
That's wonderful news. Perhaps our belongings are still there.
I can't thank you enough, friend. Even if we don't get everything back, it's good to know others will be safe.
Woo! And that completes them. This little boy is strange because there's a little quest we get here on the Chanter's board. It's not that one, it's a different one, where this little boy will describe his mother that's missing, and later on we'll find her, but they never give us the ability to tell the little boy about it. Alright, so we're gonna...
Back off. I have the
Dang.
right to charge what I wish.
You profit from their misfortune. I should have the Templars give away everything in your carts.
You wouldn't dare. Any of you step too close to my goods and I'll...
It's so nice to see everyone working together in a crisis. Warms the heart.
Oh, you there. You look able. Would you care to make a tiny profit helping a beleaguered businessman?
Okay, so I'm not gonna do the advantage thing here, but if you side with this dude, he'll pay you and he'll give you a discount on his items that he sells. If you don't do it, then you don't get paid, you don't get the discount, and he's an ass to you anytime he talks to you. The reality is that he doesn't have really anything in his inventory that's worthwhile, so you can make the morally right decision and you lose out very minor amounts of copper, not even silver. Alright. So we are going to go with... Is your profiteering ruffling some feathers?
You could say that, yes.
The nerve of these people!
He is charging outlandish prices for things people desperately need. Their blood is filling his pockets.
'Tis only survival of the fittest. All of these cretins would do the same in his shoes, given the chance.
I have limited supplies. The people decide what those supplies are worth to them.
You bought most of your wares from these very people last week. Now they flee for their lives, and you want to talk business?
Look, stranger, I've 100 silvers if you drive this rabble off, starting with that priest.
Definitely not
An
even
honest
worth it.
merchant, nothing
Not
more.
even close. So, you don't think you're being unscrupulous?
Would it help these folks if they could buy no goods at all?
They spend their very last coin because they are desperate, and this man preys upon them as surely as the bandits outside the city.
Ah, I'm not arguing anymore. Drive off this woman and get your 100 silvers. Otherwise, I'm taking my wagon and leaving.
That's trash compared to everything you're getting. So, we're gonna do the intimidate.
Maker's breath. Sometimes it's truly not worth operating this far south.
Just charge what you would have before this tragedy.
Fine, yes, just stop complaining. You're giving me a headache.
So, we have come to solve every squabble in the village personally. My, but the Darkspawn will be impressed.
Thank you for your generous assistance. May the Maker watch over your path.
What do you need?
Nothing. I was trying to get the chest, bud.
I have finished.
Yeah, totally not worth it. Don't do it. Alright. So let's calm these people down so he'll stop screaming.
Of evil are on your doorstep. They will feast upon our hearts. There is nowhere to run. This evil will cover the world like a plague of locusts. Please, you're scaring the children. Better to slit their throats now than let them suffer at Darkspawn hands. There! One of their minions is already amongst us. This man bears their evil stench. Can you not see the vile blackness that fills him?
Ignore him, people. It's not... yeah.
Darkspawn will feast on our flesh.
They don't eat the flesh.
You again.
Alright, let's try this again.
Smell the evil. This one is
Come on, bud. Alright. Calm down, the Darkspawn fought and beaten. There we go. New dialogue choices when we re-engage. You poor man, what happened to you?
My family, my clan, those creatures butchered them all. Some of us fled here, but we cannot escape the Darkspawn.
It must have been horrible. How did you escape?
No, I won't listen to the words of a man tainted by Darkspawn.
Persuade.
I ran, hearing my wife's screams as they dragged her off.
Scaring these people won't get her back.
You were right. I will go.
He was right, wasn't he? There's no hope for us.
Okay, so we can do the persuade option if we wanted to do the nice things, right? There's a specific dialogue options, and I think it's... oh... I'm trying to remember now. Let's go with the maybe, maybe not. Let's see if this is it.
What shall we do? We must try to go north somehow.
Nope, it wasn't. Okay. So there's a way you can do it where you discuss it with them, and then they ask you to help save them, and you can tell them to give you all of their supplies, and maybe they'll be spared. And they're like, oh, it's worth a shot, and they just give you a bunch of random junk. Alright. So, Sir Marin.
If you seek refuge in the Chantry, there's simply no room left.
Then I should go.
Make her watch over you. Yes?
No,
Make
never
her
mind.
watch over you.
Actually,
Yes? Mako watch over you.
man,
Yes?
there we go. Did you know there were bandits on the highway? That's what we were trying to get to.
Did you drive them off? Well, Sir Brian will appreciate that.
And then we say goodbye.
Mako watch
Because
over
now we have the next name that we need to look for. And then we find Sir Brian, which is that guy.
But no sign of the main horde. We are the only hope of protection this village has now, and I will not abandon it. That is all. May the Maker have mercy on us.
Alright, so we talked to Sir Brian.
Yes? Who might you be?
And then we say, I am the Grey Warden Fear. Now, it's important to point out that we're Grey Wardens to this individual character.
I see. I am Sir Bryant, commander of the Lothering Templars. Tern Loghain declared all Grey Wardens traitors responsible for the king's death. You know this, I hope.
The Grey Wardens did no such thing.
I don't believe the Grey Wardens would be as careless or malicious as the Tern claims. But either way, there it is. It is best you not linger, though. Just in case.
Alright, is there any other help you can offer?
I cannot openly help you, I fear, but... Here, take this key. It opens the large cabinet on the far wall. There is more there than we can carry when we evacuate, so take what you need.
There's a specific set of boots in there that belong to an elven armor set. And this is a missable piece here, so that's why it's important to do that. So now once we've done this, we do about the bandits outside the village.
Maker's breath, how many times must we drive them off?
And then you say, they won't bother you again, I killed them.
All of them? By yourself?
It's true. I saw it from my post. It was over so fast, we didn't even have time to get over there.
Sad that it needed to come to that. But then they asked for it. Will you accept a small reward for your service?
Persuade.
I wish I could afford such help, to be truthful. Take your reward, at any rate. It is all I have to offer. If it interests you, there is a Chanters board outside full of quests that need doing. The Chanters even offer pay for some of them. Now, unless there's something else you need.
Alright, then we're gonna go. I should go.
Travel safely, and may the Maker watch over you.
Next place is we're gonna talk to this dude, Sir Donald. He's the dead knight that was out on the road. The letter we got from him, we're bringing it to Sir Donald.
Who? I beg your pardon. I did not see you approach.
Sir Donald? Is that you?
Alistair? By the Maker, how are you? I was certain you were dead.
Not yet. No thanks to Tern Loghain.
If Arl Eamon were well, he'd set Loghain straight soon enough.
If he were well? What do you mean?
The Arl is stricken with an illness that threatens his life. We have found no cure, either natural or magical.
When did this happen?
Only a few weeks ago, but he has declined quickly. No one knows the nature of the illness, and even magic has done little to slow its progress. Our only hope now is a miracle. Every knight of Redcliffe has gone in search of the Urn of Sacred Ashes. Andraste's ashes are said to cure any illness, but I fear we are chasing a fable. With each day, my hope dims.
Alright, so the Urn of Sacred Ashes, it's going to be a super significant part that has a main storyline here, and then in the third game, it comes up again. So what we're going to do is, we're going to discuss that in a little bit, but first we're going to tell him about Sir Henrik is dead.
What? And you have his locket? And a note? Maker's mercy. Thank you for giving me these. I would never have known otherwise.
Have you tried mods with this? No, I have not, because I play on the Xbox Series X, which it's not at my skill level to be able to mod on an Xbox. So, unless the game company supports the mods themselves on the consoles, like Bethesda does with Fallout and Skyrim, then I'm not modding anything currently. Alright, so I dealt with the bandits that killed him.
Thank you. I wonder how many of us have met similar fates on this mad quest.
All right, so let's bring up the Urn of Sacred Ashes here so we get a little bit of context of what this is, because again, this is a significant thing in this game, and then it comes up again in the third game.
Supposedly, the urn contains the ashes of the prophetess Andraste. Surely you know all this.
We Dalish did not learn about your religion.
If you're truly interested, there are books here containing a great deal of lore. Nothing I have found leads me to believe that this was anything more than a quest of desperation. With Henrik gone, I need to return to Redcliffe. Perhaps later I will seek out the scholar his note mentions. But I must go. Thank you again, good sir. You have been most helpful.
Alright, so the Urn of Sacred Ashes, the Prophet Andraste, she was burned. And the Urn of Sacred Ashes is her ashes. And it's supposed to contain miracle healing type properties. So it's super significant to the faith, and nobody knows where it is or even if it's real. So it's kind of like the Holy Grail, essentially. So here's the cabinet. We're going to open it up. And it's these boots right here. These ancient elfin boots. There's an armor set you can get when you're in the Bakari Wilds. And these boots, if you want the armor set bonus for it, you need to actually pick them up here. And if you don't, you will lose access to them. So we're going to take everything. And we can leave. And we're going to come back in here shortly after we go grab another... there's a specific interaction we need to have first. 2 specific interactions we need to have first, and then we got to come back in here. So, let's continue. We already picked up the Chanter's Board quest.
Have you seen my mother?
Alright. So we're going to get a description so I can show you guys what I'm talking about here. So, who is your mother?
She's really tall, and she has red hair. We live on a big farmhold, all of us. Some mean men with swords came, and Mother told me to run to the village as fast as I could, so I did. She said she'd be right behind me, but I've been waiting and waiting, and I can't see her.
And then we go, do you know where your father is?
He went with William to the neighbours yesterday, but he didn't come back.
And then... come with me and I'll help you look for your mother. He'll refuse.
Anyone. I'm supposed to wait for her here, in the village.
And then we can tell him to go to the chantry and someone will look after them.
I will, but only if I don't find Mother first. So, are you really an elf?
Did the ears give it away?
Father says elves aren't very nice, but you're nicer than everybody here. Thank you for helping me.
I do love the dog they give you in this. Oh yeah, the dog's amazing. Absolutely. Alright, so we're going to come down this way. If you know how to make traps, you can talk to Allison, and Allison will ask you to make a specific amount of traps and a specific type of trap. And you do that, and then she's grateful. She gives you a few coins, and she gives you some XP. We're not concentrating on that, so we're going to ignore that one. There's also a dude that has a quest inside the tavern for poison. We're also going to ignore his quest. But the one that we are going to do...
There's nothing saying that a moron can't be cute and adorable. Who's the cute and adorable puppy? I have done... Ignorance is bliss, isn't it?
And this one... so this one, you just got to give her health potion. Her health poultices. So you go... actually, I was more hoping I could help you.
Don't need blades right now. We need beds, food, and an end to all these sad sots. I don't suppose you know anything of tonics, medicines, or herbs.
You say I don't, but my friend does.
Then you may be able to do us a lot of good. All manner of travellers come through, many injured or sick. We do our best,
but we're out of supplies. There's medicinal herbs in the woods to the north. If you make a few poultices, I'll scrape together some sort of payment. I'll write all you need to know in this note here.
So, these, whether you can do them or not, are tied directly to these skill trees. So, poison making, herbalism to make the poultices, and then the trap making. So unless you have these, you don't have the dialogue options to accept the quests. Or if a party member doesn't have these, you don't have the dialogue options to accept the quests. Now this one, we can talk to her again immediately after getting it. And he said, I didn't need them, here you go.
This will help many people. You're a good sort, you know.
And you get 50 silver, quest complete, some XP, and good to go. Alright, so what we're going to do is we are going to keep the dog for now. We're going to come down here, talk to Sten.
You aren't one of my captors. I have nothing to say that would amuse you, elf. Leave me in peace.
For those who don't know, Sten is a Quinari race. It's a different race of people that in the second game and the third game and all future games, they actually look like giant oxmen. Like they got horns coming out of their heads. They got these gray skin. So they have changed considerably since this. And the name Sten is actually a military rank or title from their culture. So it's not his name, it's his title, it's his position. I do like playing Wood Elf, their storyline. It is one of the especially now that we know what's going on in Inquisition and what we know is going to be going on. Because in the fourth game is going to be continuing that storyline. So now that we know that, it's more rewarding to do the elf lines when we get the options because it gives us more of a fleshed out story. So I totally agree. And I like playing as archers. So wood elves tend to be better in those regard as far as archery goes in most games anyways. Alright, so you're a prisoner. Who put you here?
I'm in a cage, am I not? I've been placed here by the Chantry. I am Sten of the Beresad, the vanguard of the Kunari peoples.
I am Fear. Pleased to meet you.
You mock me. Or you show manners I have not come to expect in your lands. Though it matters little now, I will die soon enough.
This is a proud and powerful creature, trapped as prey for the Darkspawn. If you cannot see a use for him, I suggest releasing him for mercy's sake alone.
Mercy? I wouldn't have expected that from you.
I would also suggest that Alistair take his place in the cage.
Yes, that's what I would have expected.
I suggest
there we
you
go.
leave me to my fate.
I find myself in need of skilled help. Just want to make sure we recruit him.
What do you seek?
I'm sworn to defend this land against the Blight.
The Blight? Are you a Grey Warden, then?
Yes I am.
Surprising. My people have heard legends of the Grey Warden's strength and skill. Though I suppose not every legend is true.
Would the revered mother let you free?
Perhaps if you told her the Grey Wardens need my assistance, it seems as likely to bring my death as waiting here.
I'll leave for now.
Farewell,
cool.
then.
So now that we have that, now we can talk to the revered mother about letting him go.
I wonder why the revered mother's so afraid of him.
I like how Sten shit as soon as you meet him, right? He's pretty awesome in that regard. Alright, so we need to wrap around this way, and let's see, is the farmer's dudes here? No, not yet. Okay, so they'll be out here next time. We gotta go to the tavern first, I think, to trigger it. Another locked chest. Let's go kill all these. I think it's bandits in this one, and then dogs in the next, or wolves in the next.
Of course, enlighten, as you desire. So I shall, as you desire. All right, of course. So I shall, as you desire. All right, of course, as you desire. Enlighten, and so I shall.
Boom. Gotcha, bud. Alright. Do not go up this ramp yet. You want to hold off on that one. You want to wait to go up the ramp. You want to get everything done in town first. And there should be some more bandits around up here. Make sure there's nothing lootable. Alright, so there should be bandits here. There you are.
A fine blow!
Let us end this!
As you desire. Delighted. And so I shall. All right.
One thing I would like to see if they ever do remaster this is I would like them to see I want them to actually improve the combat system so that the player's a little bit more involved. That's one thing I would like changed. Alright. Another group here. Real quick, we're going to show you guys this little thing. A lot of people miss this or don't know about it. If you have the dog in your party, you can play as the dog, and on certain maps there's a landmark. And if as the dog you go up to the landmark, he'll pee on it, and then it makes him more powerful as long as he's in this area. I do have to say the archer build seems to be the best in this. The archer build's like... Okay, so the archer build, hands down in all of them, is the best. It allows you to do great damage at awesome ranges, and it allows you to stay far enough away where you're not constantly being hit, and then you're wearing medium armor so that you can move quick. Your dexterity is good, so you're dodging more frequently. So like it really is the apex of the classes, at least in my opinion. I didn't know about that. Oh yeah, there's landmark regions in either one. But yeah, if the dog pees on it, you have to be playing as the dog. But if the dog pees on it, it makes the dog more powerful in this area. Let's see if it actually gives us the details on it. Claim territory, increasing the hound's aggression and tenacity in its defense. So like you can see all the green is from the Modbari dominance. So, like, it does make a difference. Which, by the way, we actually got some stuff that we gotta give the dog. Totally forgot about that. The war paint that we picked up. See? 4 damage versus beasts. Equip that. There we go. My bad, dude. I totally neglected you. Alright. So we got the stuff. We're ready to go. Last little guys down here. And this guy's actually got some heavy armor, which is nice to get a second set for Sten. Actually, we're gonna upgrade Alistair's and then get Alistair's to Sten.
Of course. Delighted. So I shall. Of course.
Critical strike that dude.
Of course.
Alright. And then we'll come over here. Do the looty loot. And now we fix Alistair, because now we got some good stuff. So this is a 1.75 with 10 mental resistance, so we're definitely giving him that. Unless this is better, which it's not. So, good to go there. We only need one of those, so let's see. Okay, so let's get rid of that one. And let's get rid of that one. We're going to give him the upgraded version. There we go. That can go away. We keep ice. That can go away. That can go away. Let's see this. This is 12. This is 11, but it gives the 1 to armor penetration and 1% critical melee chance. So yeah, we're going to take the chastened. Alright. And... willpower, that would go to Morgan. Alright, gold ring can go away. Okay. The dog in TI Trespasser DLC is just disturbing. Its eyes are just scary. That's fair. I still really like the fact that like you can go around and collect the little treats though and deposit them next to the dog and it increases your base stats. I think that's so awesome. Alright, so let's come over here. There's a group of spiders that we can deal with real quick. It's how you get toxin if you are doing the venom.
Of course. And so I shall.
Alright, let's... There we go. Much better. Alright, so, Alistair leveled up. Let's do it. What did you need? Was it cunning? No, we need cunning. He needs more dexterity and strength. Yeah, okay. So let's come down here and let's get that passive activated for him. And we're about to level up. Woo! So maybe we level up when this gets turned in, or opening this chest that's back here.
I have done it.
Nope. 20 XP was not enough. So before we go and talk to the revered mother, we're gonna come over here. We're gonna loot this section and get into this big old fight.
Well, look what we have here then. I think we've just been blessed.
Uh-oh. Logain's men. This can't be good.
Didn't we spend all morning asking about an elf by this very description, and everyone said they hadn't seen one?
It seems we were lied to.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for trouble. These are no doubt simply more poor souls seeking refuge.
They're more than that. Now stay out of our way, sister. You protect these traitors, you'll get the same as them.
Well, if they want to fight, we're happy to oblige.
Right, let's make this quick.
Oh, you have no idea, good sir. None.
All right, you've won. We surrender.
Good. They've learned their lesson and we can all stop fighting now.
Yeah, except for that's not how I work. I don't want them reporting to Logain.
Please wait!
They have surrendered. They were no match for you. Let them be.
They were going to kill us. That's not... We're not letting them go, Liliana.
But they failed, and I do not wish death on anyone.
But I do.
Of course.
Boom! Now everyone else that survived will be in the kitchen.
All right. As you desire. Of course. Delighted. And so I shall.
I apologize for interfering, but I couldn't just sit by and not help.
So, we are going to recruit her, because again, she's another significant character, because she's actually in all 3 games as well, regardless of what your decisions are with her. And they do give an explanation in the 3rd game. And who are you anyhow? Let's go with I appreciate what you tried to do.
And I know that you did what you had to. I do wish they had backed down, however. Let me introduce myself. I am Liliana, one of the lay sisters of the Chantry here in Lothering. Oh, I was.
And is there something... we're going to go with... We're just going to do this polite one right
You said
here.
you were a Grey Warden. I'm surprised you're an elf. But elves must want the Blight defeated as much as humans, no? I know after what happened you will need all the help you can get. That's why I'm coming along.
I do love Liliana, her story progression. Yeah, her story progression is really cool. It's really easy to mess it up, too, because you have to get her relationship affinity up to a certain level to and then do specific dialogue choices to trigger her storyline with Margot or Marjorie, whoever her person who was her teacher before, and then that betrayed her. So, but if you max her affinity out, then the quest can't be triggered anymore. So she's a fine balance if you want to pursue that storyline, because there is a way to block yourself from doing it. Alright, so we're going to do the I will need help. That's true.
That and the Maker wants me to go with you.
We're going to say welcome aboard then.
Then you believe me? I knew the Maker had sent a true dream. A vision that by serving you, I serve his holy plan.
Perhaps your skull was cracked worse than Mother thought.
Thank you. I appreciate being given this chance. I will not let you down.
Alright, so we are going to change the dog out. And we are going to bring Liliana in. Because she can help in the dialogue thing coming up. And we need to clear out some of our inventory. So, let's level up ourselves. Alright, so, again, if you start the Awakening DLC first, get to through the very first fight to the point where you can walk around without combat, save your game, and then start the Origins campaign. It unlocks all of the specialty classes without having to do the quests to unlock them initially. So, we're going to go with the Ranger one to start with. And we actually need a hard 34 in dexterity for the bow we're using. And we're getting bonus dexterity from armor we're wearing. So we're going to make this 34. And then we can worry about getting the rest of this right here later. So, very first thing, we are a ranger. So we're going to go ahead and get the wolf. And let's see if I can remember. There we go. So we are going to go to Sustained. And we are going to go with the Summon the Wolf one. Boom, now we got our own little pet wolf. Let's loot these soldiers' remains, these pile sacks. Unlock the chest. Get the barrel. Alright, and now that we are at this point, we're going to fix Liliana's outfit so that way we can change all this out. So, take the Chancery robe off. We're going to give her the leather armor with the rough helmet and the studded gloves, and she's got leather boots on. Let's check the So for the 0.25, it's not worth her keeping those if it means costing us the set bonus. So we're going to switch those out, and we're going to move that to junk, move that to junk. We can move the heavy chainmail and the Chantry robes to junk. We got heavy chainmail boots, so we can move the chainmail boots. Same with the gloves. Alright. Also, I don't like her as a rogue with the dual daggers. I like her better as an archer. And the fact that when you see her in the third game, she's an archer, makes sense as to just switch her over in the very beginning and run her as an archer to start with. Move that to junk. Alright. So, now that we've got everything situated, the very first thing we need to do is talk to this guy right here. This is an easily missed section, and if you don't grab these, you can't complete the Blackstone's quest line.
As I live and breathe, you're the Grey Warden everyone's been talking about.
Is there something I can do for you?
I represent the Blackstone Irregulars. We're a mercenary company that fell on hard times after the war with Orlais. I'm sure you know that times are getting worse every day. With your help, the Irregulars could be of use to Ferelden once more.
This is the only little tiny faction storyline like this that I am actually going to complete, because it does have a unique story at the end. How can I be of service?
Our leaders thought you might be willing to help. Each of our posts in Ferelden will contain letters addressed to you. Unlike most who work with us, you're getting letters straight from Raelnor and Tauran, our leaders. I hope this tells you how highly the Irregulars regard the Grey Wardens.
And I will take a look.
Thank you. When you've completed a mission, just return to me or any of our members stationed at an Irregulars post. We'll make sure your efforts are rewarded. Maker's blessings light your path.
So once you've accepted it, then you have to interact with the chest next to him, and you get these. Again, these are easily missed. If you don't grab them before you leave Lothering, you won't be able to get them, and it will block you from completing their storyline. So make sure you grab those. And then this dude wants poisons, which we're not going to do. So we're going to ignore that portion of him.
About food. Take it up with that bleeding runt by the chantry. I got other gear to sell.
And him, we are simply going with an inventory check. And we're going to sell all the junk to buy us some space. And now the Thorn of the Dead Gods, it's a really good dagger for the beginning of the game. It is quickly outclassed. But in the beginning of the game, it is pretty good, and it is a unique name dagger with a unique storyline. So that's a thing of note here. Let's check the rest of this. If you want to upgrade some stuff, you can. It's not necessary. This one's pretty good if you, for like yourself or a mage, because it's going to reduce their hostilities, so they're less likely to be targeted. Sucks if you're a tank, so don't use it if you're a tank. Let's get rid of these lyrium potions for the extra coin. Get rid of the venom, the death root extract, the balms, the salves. Keep the injury kits. Always keep the injury kits. Alright. We're going to sell a lot of this. Not all of it. We're going to keep the death root, the elf root, the deep mushroom, the toxins. And we'll keep the flasks too. Now, I have not noticed in any of my playthroughs a dramatic difference in the troops you get, the quality of troops you get, whether or not you give them the gifts when you recruit the elves, the dwarves, the humans, the mages, right? Because you can donate specific items to increase the quality. The only thing that I have noticed in a difference is visually they have better quality looking armor and equipment, but the performance is still about the same. So it's negligible if you want to hold on to this stuff and wait to be able to donate it all, or if you want to just clear it out to make room. Me personally, we're going to be clearing it out just to make room. We are keeping the wolf pelts because, again, that is a thing that we're going to be using later. The gifts you can assign to specific people, like, for example, the symbol of Andraste. I believe it's Liliana. It gives you bonus affinity with if you get the individual right when you give them the gift, because they go to specific people. You can give them to anybody, but specific people will give you bonus affinity gain every time you give them the correct gift, so to speak. All right, we're good to go. So we got the Blackstone regular thing. We got Liliana. We've talked to Sten. So we're going to come over here and we're going to get the Chanter's Board quest turned in. Grab the next set of Chanter Board quests. And then we're going to go inside.
The path of righteousness is full of hardship, but the Maker smiles upon its travelers.
Alright, 3 gold. And we're going to take both of these and head on inside. I need to assign that because that's going to bother me. Let's go like that. Alright. So, one of the Blackstone irregulars that you're supposed to recruit is actually this dude right here. Which is another reason why this is a missable quest. A missable thing. Because when you leave, you can't come and find this guy again.
Yes? What can I do for you?
And then you tell him you have a letter for him.
I knew this time would come. I should have listened to my sister. Sure, sign the paper, she said. You'll enjoy some coin now, but they'll be back. I guess I'll see you on the front lines.
Woo! Alright, so that's taken care of. So we're going to save here. And go get Sten unlocked and recruited. Collect the books. We're good to go.
Good day, Sister Liliana. I'm surprised to see you're still in Lothering.
It is good to see you as well, Your Reverence.
I do not recognize your companion. Greetings. Will you be making a donation to the Chantry? Our need has never been greater.
It's irrelevant on whether or not you make a donation, so save your coin.
I understand. Not all are wealthy enough to spare even a few coins for the Maker's favor. What can I do for you then?
Alright, we want to talk to you about Sten.
It might have been kinder to execute him, but I leave his fate to the Maker. Why does he interest you?
And then, I want him freed. I might have use for him. There we go.
Then his
That's
next
the one.
victims might count you and me as their murderers.
Then we can go with... I was thinking you might release him into my custody. Do not threaten the revered mother in front of Alistair and Liliana. They do not like that. They disapprove very heavily, and they say so as well.
And what do you say on this, Liliana? You know your friend better than I.
These are unusual times, Your Reverence. With us, the Kunari might do some good. I am sure of it, in fact.
Were things not so desperate? Very well, I trust you. Take these keys to his cage and make her watch over you.
Thank you, Your Reverence. Your trust is not misplaced.
See, and it goes so much smoother if Liliana's in your party for that. So now we go get Sten.
So let's talk about your mother for a moment.
I'd rather talk about your mother.
Well, there's nothing to talk about. And besides, isn't your mother a scary witch who lives in the middle
We
of
gotta
the
listen to
forest?
this.
Much more interesting.
To you, perhaps, you would find the moss growing upon a stone interesting.
You know what's more interesting than that? Apostates, mages outside of the tower. That's illegal, you know.
You did not read that in a book somewhere, did you? I hope the small letters did not strain you overmuch.
Oh, we could not talk about your mother. That works for me.
He always loses. He always picks the fight, and he always loses the fight. Alright, so we want the cage to be selected. Open that up.
And so it is done. I will follow you into battle. In doing so, I shall find my atonement.
Alright, thank you, Stan. Glad to have you with us.
May we proceed? I am eager to be elsewhere.
Alright, so... we're going to change out Liliana currently.
Of all the...
And we're gonna bring in Sten.
Yes.
Accept. And then we need to set Sten up. Jason Greatsword. All the heavy chainmail. And he can have the Mud Idol. Alright, so let's actually adjust some personality types too. At least for Sten. Scrapper, yes, but I want you aggressive. Alright. Close. Morgan, what are your tactics? Damager. And I want you at a ranged. Alright. Good to go. Oh, wait. Alistair, we actually got a new quest for a new thing unlocked, didn't we? We did. So let's go with this down here. Self health. When you get to 25%, I want you to use the most powerful poultice. Close. Save. Alright, so now that we've been inside the tavern, when we come across this way, there'll be a bunch of refugees that are going to attack us. Yay!
Done what was said. You're a warden. I don't know if you killed King Kalen, and make her forgive me, I don't care. But that bounty on your head could feed a lot of hungry bellies. Attack!
If only it was that simple, bud. We need our wolf back out. There we go. Woo! Alright. Blood is pooling, so everything's loaded in. So we start here, and there should be some more enemies. There they are.
You desire. Of course.
It is enough.
And then more should be here.
All right, as you desire. Of course. And so I shall.
There you go.
Delighted.
Alright, make sure we're not missing any loot. Alright, so that little boy described his mother as the tall woman with red hair. Tall woman, red hair. That's his mother. You found the boy's mother and recovered her keepsakes. But you can't talk to the boy. At least, you never used to be able to, unless they've somehow did an update and never told anybody. Alright. So we dealt with the wolves. But there was a bear's quest, and it's right here.
Perhaps we should scare them off or something.
And there's one bear down. Alright. Sten is such a beast. Alright, and that takes care of that. So now we can go back down this way, turn those in at the Chanter's board, grab the last one, and move out. Do. Now I will say, there's a character that they briefly touched on. Like I think it was like in a passing comment or in a written like codex entry or something to that effect. It was in Dragon Age Inquisition. It talks about a witch in the north. For those who don't know, the witch in the north is Morrigan's sister. Yeah, she's got a witch sister who's pretty powerful, who hasn't been mentioned in the games yet, other than the one little excerpt from Dragon Age Inquisition. It was very, very brief and subtle, and like unless you're looking for it, you're not going to find it. And the other thing is Morrigan's sister's never mentioned in the video games, but she's mentioned in the books. So I'm also curious on if they're going to be bringing her into the next game too.
Blessed are the peacekeepers, champions of the just. And the stars stood still, the winds did quiet, and all animals of earth and air held their breath. All was silent in prayer and thanks.
Woo! Chanter's board. No more. Alright, we're good to go. That completes it all. So now we can actually leave this place. Once you leave, you cannot come back. So anything you are going to do here, make sure you get it done before you leave. There are no backpacks here, so you don't have to worry about that from any of the vendors. And at the moment that we leave here is the moment that the second game starts. And it starts actually at this village too. Another fun fact.
Away with you, foul creatures! Leave us alone!
And so I shall. And so I shall.
Mighty timely arrival there, my friend. I'm much obliged.
You're welcome.
The name's Bodon Feddick, merchant and entrepreneur. This here is my son, Sandal. Say hello, my boy.
Hello.
Road's been mighty dangerous these days. Mind if I ask what brings you out here? Perhaps we're going the same way.
So, these guys are going to be your camp vendors. Regardless of what you choose here, no matter what, they end up as your permanent camp vendors. So there's no sense in being rude to them. And then the other thing is that Sandal, they have given us signs of Sandal in all 3 games. So I'm hoping that in the 4th game that they expand on it, because they definitely opened up a storyline that it could explain Sandal in one of the DLCs in Dragon Age Inquisition. But Sandal's one of those characters that's been in that has been either in or they have deliberately created signs of Sandal in all 3 games. It's a bit complicated, but you're welcome to come along.
Complicated? Somehow I imagine that only says a half of it. Thank you for the offer, but there may be more excitement on your path than is good for my boy and me. Allow me to bid you farewell and good fortune.
Bye.
Now then, let's get this mess cleaned up, shall we?
Alright, so make sure you loot. I know they have quest markers on them, and if you have the festive day pranks or gifts or any of those, they will have those quest markers on them, so it's safe to ignore those ones specifically. Alright, this is the point where we can never return to this place. And that character should be returning. I know for a fact that character is going to be returning one way or another. It should, at least.
Bad dreams, huh?
It seems so real.
Well, it is real, sort of. You see, part of being a Grey Warden is being able to hear the Darkspawn. That's what your dream was, hearing them. The Archdemon, it talks to the Horde, and we feel it just as they do.
That's why we know this is really a blight.
The archdemon is the dragon?
I don't know if it's really a dragon, but it sure looks like one. But yes, that's the archdemon. It takes a bit, but eventually you can block the dreams out. Some of the older Grey Wardens say they can understand the archdemon a bit, but I sure can't. Anyhow, when I heard you thrashing around, I thought I should tell you. It was scary at first for me, too.
Any other surprises I should know about?
Other than dying young and the whole defeat the blight alone thing, no. I'm all tapped out for surprises.
Dang.
You're up now, right? Let's pull up camp and get a move on.
Alright, so now that we're here, we can choose to do the talking things and get to know these folks. This guy right here, Levi Dryden, we're going to talk to him. We're going to get this quest picked up. It's a DLC quest.
Where are my manners? The name is Levi Dryden. Did Duncan ever mention me? Levy of the coins? Levy the trader?
I'm Fear, and I've never heard of you.
Really? He never told you of old Levy? We've known each other for years. But here I am carrying on while you have a blight to stop. Don't want to waste your time. But you see, Duncan promised that together we'd look into something important for the Wardens. And for me. But poor Duncan's... well, no more. A tragedy it is, at that. But I know he would want his work carried on. His pledge fulfilled.
Alright, what promise did he make?
My family, well, past a bit checkered, to see. Nobles look at us with disdain. My great-great-grandmother, Sophia Dryden, was the last Warden commander of Ferelden back when the Wardens were known as freeloaders. So King Olin banished the Wardens, and he took House Dryden's land and titles.
Okay, just tell me what I need to know.
Duncan wanted to reclaim the old Grey Warden base, Soldier's Peak. And perhaps we'll uncover evidence to restore my family's honour along the way. Nobody's been to Soldier's Peak since the Grey Wardens were banished, but I found a way. They say it's haunted, and it's certainly dangerous. Will you help me?
Hey, Husky Wolf, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Dragon Age, nice. Yeah, well, when we got the new updates about the 4th game yesterday, I was like, well, we've got to start it up now. So we're doing all 3 games. We're going to do specific DLCs with the first game, and the second and third game we're doing all the DLCs. But we are going to be doing some canon choices. We're going to be doing the choices that maximize lore, though. That's going to be our main focus on getting through these 3 games on this current playthrough, is maximizing the amount of lore that we can get brushed up on prior to the 4th game releasing, which should be soon. Alright, so we're going to agree to help this guy.
1,000 blessings upon you, Warden. I'll mark down the location on your map. When you arrive, we'll pick our way through the tunnels together.
And we are going to hold off on that one for a bit. So, talk to these guys.
My timely rescuer, Bodon Fennick, at your service once again. I saw your camp and remember the kind offer that you made the last time we met. And is there anywhere safer for a poor merchant and his son to sleep? I think not. I'm perfectly willing to offer you a fine discount for the inconvenience of our presence. How does that sound? Good? Yes?
You are free to stay, just mind yourselves.
Wonderful. Thank the gentleman, won't you, boy?
Thank you, sir.
We won't be a bother to you and your companions, I assure you. If you should need enchantments, simply talk to my boy. Otherwise, come speak with me.
Alright, so let's talk to him again.
Anything I can do for you, please tell me.
Alright, so let's see the wares.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Woo! Alright, so we don't need the dagger. Alright, so let's see, what do you got, bud? Don't need that. Bard's Dancing Shoes, 6 to defense, reduces hostility. That's actually going to come in handy for us personally as a archer. So we're going to definitely take that one. See what else we have to worry about. Got to make sure to get the backpack. always buy backpacks. Alright. So now most of these are all DLC things. There's a few that are actually useful though. A very specific, important one is the Qunari Prayers of the Dead. Prayers of the Dead, if you give this to Sten is able to use it in combat to revive party members. Yeah. So some of these actually do have useful purposes. So if you're going to be running Sten and you have the festive day gifts or whatever pack it was called for it's the good gifts one, this right here will actually be useful in combat. King Merrick's shield. We're not going to give spoilers because there are some people in the channel that have not seen this game all the way through. But the special hidden companion that you can get for a little bit at the end of the game, this is actually a usable item. Yeah. So they do have purposes. But if you just do this thoughtful gift at 15 silver a piece, they can go to anybody and they give the same amount for everyone. All right. So, we got the backpack, which is what the main focus was. What do we got? It's the mental resistance. We've got spirit damage, critical backstack damage. We're not doing that. 2 to dexterity. We're doing the bard's dancing shoes. That's right. Okay, so the collective cow, 2 to constitution, 1 to pill power, maintenance, and that might actually be kind of useful. Let's go with it. Alright, so add the new stuff. Junk. Morgan, where are you? There you go. And Alistair. Let's see, which one's better? 1.5 armor penetration, 10% to healing effects received. 840, 240, 260. Let's give him the Oathkeeper. So Sir Garland's sword is a nice little thing to get you through the beginning section, but Oathkeeper, if you get that one, it is a better choice to give to him. All right.
Hello.
I didn't mean to talk to you. I'm sorry.
He's rather good with
No.
enchantments. One of those tranquil fellas actually called him what was it now? A savant. I had no idea such a thing existed.
All right. Let's go with farewell. There we go.
If there's
Go on.
anything I can do for you, please tell me.
Let's
I'm
clean
sure you'll be
that
pleased with the
out real
goods my
quick.
boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Sell, and we're good to go. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. If you will all please do me the kindness of staying with me, we are gonna go see a very dear old friend of mine named Manbearnug. We're gonna go raid him. So, and we will pick this up again tomorrow, and we continue from here, and we'll continue the lore playthrough, and we are going to be making some unique choices, so make sure you're sticking around for all of them. And if you guys are on YouTube, please hit those subscribe buttons. If you're on Twitch, hit those follow buttons if you haven't already. And Twitch, stick with me, we're raiding out. We're going to see Manbearnug. The man has an epic beard. You have to see his epic beard. You have to stay at least just for that at minimum. Alright. Thank you all for being here. You guys have been amazing. We'll see you guys in the future.